Harding, Hug, Johnson, Melton, Rowe. Mr. President.
Please rise for the pledge and are marked by Councilmember Cole. You may be seated. Oh, Tony. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, I'd like to draw the important comparison between two significant dates in American history, and that is Juneteenth and the 4th of July. Both holidays symbolize freedom and independence, but they reflect different journeys and milestones in our nation's ongoing quest for liberty and equality. The 4th of July, our Independence Day, marks the birth of the United States in 1776. It is a day we celebrate the ideals of freedom and democracy, commemorating the signing of the Declaration of Independence. It represents the courage of our forefathers to stand against tyranny and envision a nation where all men are created equal. However, as we celebrate this historic achievement, we must also acknowledge that the promise of equality was not immediately realized for everyone. While the 4th of July marks the liberation of the colonies from British rule, it did not bring freedom to the enslaved African Americans within those colonies. This brings us to Juneteenth, celebrated on June 19th, which marks the day in 1865 when the last enslaved African Americans in Texas were informed of their freedom. More than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed. Juneteenth is a powerful reminder that the fight for freedom and equality did not end with the Declaration of Independence, but continued through Civil War and beyond. Juneteenth and the 4th of July together tell a more complete story of American freedom. The 4th of July represents the ideal, the aspiration for freedom and justice, while Juneteenth embodies the ongoing struggle to make the ideal a reality for all Americans, regardless of race. As we reflect on these two important holidays, let us commit ourselves to the principles they represent. Let us celebrate the courage and the vision of those who fought for our independence and honor the resilience and strength of those who continue to fight for their rightful place in this nation. Together, let us work towards a future where the freedoms celebrated on the 4th of July are truly enjoyed by all. The spirit of Juneteenth, the spirit of liberation and equality, permeates every corner of our society. Thank you.
An affidavit of publication is on file for the pre-council and city council meeting, and a current copy of the Open Meeting Act is posted in a white binder on the east wall of legislative chambers.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Omaha City Council. We appreciate having you here and look forward to your input on our many items today. I would encourage you to turn your cell phones off or at least to vibrate. And if you feel you're having difficulty hearing today, I'd encourage you to contact our Building Commission representative right here, who has some listening devices that may assist you with that. And we also have closed captioning in the back of the room by the screen to my right.
Item 6, to consider a Class C liquor license for Asian Thai Market located at 2908-2914 North 108th Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 6 is today. We have the applicant by Zoom, Mr. Asherin. We'll get you off mute here in a second. All right, try that.
Hello,
Hi there. Name and address, please.
Chad Asherin. Did you want the personal address or the store address?
Personal address.
It's 13337. That's 13337 Miami Street here in Omaha.
Great, thank you. And just here to answer questions. Are there any
I'm
other
sorry.
proponents that want to speak? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes,
Motion passed 7-0.
thank you.
Thank
Item
you all for your
7.
time.
You bet.
Item 7, to consider a Class C liquor license for Happy Hour Spirits and Wine located at 13820 Manderson Circle.
Public hearing and vote on number 7 is today. Proponents, please.
Yeah, Stephen Ranum, an attorney for the applicant, Croker Huck Law Firm, 2120 South 72nd Street, Suite 1200. Just here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 8, to consider a Class C liquor license for Chamois Pub and Grill located at 414 South 10th Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 8 is today. Proponents, please.
Hello,
Your name and address for the record?
Alfredo Stanley Diaz, address 17134 South S Street, Omaha, Nebraska.
Thank you.
Caitlin Munson, 17134 S Street, Omaha, Nebraska.
Thank you. Just here to answer questions, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Any other proponents that want to speak today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Mr. Bagley.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. Diaz, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry I didn't get to meet you in person. Our
Yes.
Board of Ec meeting ran a little late, but we had a great conversation on the phone. And in reading your business plan, if you want to just kind of talk about what Chamois Pub, what your plan is and what you're looking forward to doing there on 10th Street.
All right, so Chamois Pub and Grill is going to be more of a family-oriented, friendly restaurant slash nightlife theme to help offset the cost of the rent in the old market. But we're going to have modern Irish food from 10 a.m. till we're still debating if it's going to be 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. and then open from that time just to adults from 9 till 2 o'clock and serve food all the way through the night for basically, I mean, there's nowhere to eat at night, so 10 o'clock at night everything's closed.
And have you had conversations with other businesses down on 10th Street in the old market?
Yes. So we've met with numerous tenants, and we've learned quite a bit from them what they want, what they don't want to see, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's one of the reasons we're opening an Irish theme, is so we can make it kind of like an Irish block or Irish lane section, because all of our neighbors are Irish bars. So.
Well, and have you had other businesses in Omaha you've ran before?
Yes, sir. Right now we have L Street Lounge, which is off of 96 and L. It's been successful since we opened it. We've been in the bar business for over 17 years. We ran the old Naughty Lounge, the Blue Martini, which were in the same space, Shakers Plaza. She was the bartender. I was the event coordinator for quite a bit of time. We've always had a great track record. If you guys do some research, you'll see that we never really had a problem or any type of like major incidents.
I've had a chance to talk to you and look at your plan, and I'm encouraged by what you said in here. You want to be a family atmosphere, and you want this to be a long-term, you're not just going for 1 or 2 years.
Yeah.
This is your goal, not only, if I heard you correctly, to make this a successful business, but also look maybe to expand in other parts of Omaha as well.
Yes, we're trying to expand all over Nebraska and hopefully make it into a major franchise futuristically.
And I see Ms. Barrett is here from the Downtown Improvement District, so
Yeah.
I know the Omaha Neighborhood Association as well is going to be welcoming to you, and that you'll be a good partner. And I encourage people to read their business plan that's online here on their attachments. I wish you the best, and I'm going to make a motion to support this. What are your, so you are going to be open for lunch, you said, correct?
Yes, we're
During
gonna
the
be open
week?
for lunch. 7 days a week.
Okay, so if one of my colleagues wanted to take me to lunch on Tuesday, then I'm giving them the hint right now. We'll look forward to coming and visiting you
yeah.
for some wings and a burger. So thanks for coming today. Motion approved.
There was a motion and a second already. No further lights. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Appreciate
it.
Item 9, to consider a Class D liquor license for 4 Aces Mini Mart located at 6524 North 30th Street.
Public hearing and vote on number 9 is today. Proponents, please.
Good afternoon, Myron Kaplan with law firm of McGillicott Center, Workman Lep, 11404 West Dodge Road. With me is Katina Conrad. She's one of the owners of 4 Aces. She's also the manager on the liquor license. They're going to open up a mini grocery store on 6524 North 30th Street. They want to sell hot foods, cold foods, liquor, and tobacco, and we'd ask for your support.
Thank you. Any other proponents that want to speak today? Seeing none, any opponents? Seeing none, public hearing's closed. Ms. Johnson, your light's on, I believe.
Thank you. Just wanted to give the owner an opportunity to talk a little bit about the engagement that she has attempted to do in the area, as well as giving us a birdshot view of what your hopes and your business plan may be there at that location.
I have been open at my current store for over 32 years, and we had a chance to purchase this new building that has parking, because our parking was taken away years ago, and it's just, there's no street parking, so this building's located right across the street, so we're hoping to do that, and in the process to do more food items, hot food, cold food, alcohol, which I've never carried before. Any of the foods, really. It's just more candy and tobacco right now. I have reached out to so many organizations and the neighborhood associations, and I've only got response from one, which was Miller Park Minnelusa Association, and they have been welcoming and have asked me to join them to do like their boulevard stuff on Halloween and everything else.
You also walked the neighborhood.
And I did walk the neighborhood and talk to all the neighbors on my street and had customers. I spoke to all my customers over the last 3 weeks, and everybody is in favor of it.
Thank you. And I also would like to thank you for coming and bringing this to my attention several months before today and discussing what you were planning on doing and soliciting my suggestions in terms of making sure that everyone was included in this process. And you followed through on that. And so I would like to say thank you for that.
Thank you.
Motion to approve. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me make an adjustment to my motion. I motion to approve waiving Rule 7.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to waive Rule 7. For the lights, roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
No, she's got to approve it.
Motion to approve.
Oh, you can do that in the motion.
Yep, we're good.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Next item, please.
Item 10, to consider a change of location liquor license application for Corky Canvas to relocate to 200 South 31st Avenue, Suite 4104.
Public hearing and vote on number 10 is today. We have the applicant by Zoom. Ms. Ross, we'll get you off mute here in a second. Okay, try that.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Lisa Ross. My husband Michael and I own the Corky Canvas in Omaha.
Okay. And your address for the record, please.
716 West Florence Street, Pierce, Nebraska.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents that want to speak? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
I was just going to motion to approve. Thank you.
Okay. We'll take a roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Item 11, to consider a liquor license addition application for Rose Blumkin Jewish Home located at 333 South 132nd Street to add a pickleball facility.
Public hearing and vote on number 11 is today. Proponents, please.
Hello, Scott Chimbara, 3027 South 121st Street, and I'm the alcohol manager for the JFO.
Great, thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Mr. President. Scott, just this is for the indoor courts. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there are the outdoor pickleball courts are that's not.
There is there is a space that'll be like a multi-purpose space, but we aren't going to be putting a license to those in the outdoor because they run too close to where the school is.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Item 12, to consider a Class D liquor license for Mega Saver located at 7059 Dodge Street. A's Communication opposition.
Public hearing and vote on number 12 is today. Proponents, please.
Jim Carson of Carson Law, 4611 South 96th Street, Omaha. On behalf of TFL Inc., doing business as Mega Saver, and I'm accompanied by
Lola Khalikova. Address is 202 South 73rd Street. Here with Mega Saver, CEO of the company, to answer any questions.
If I may, I would actually like to speak slightly. I understand there's going to be some opposition today, and perhaps I can address some of those questions beforehand and save us potentially a little time.
Sure, go ahead.
The project is for a Mega Saver that's being developed on the southeast corner of 72nd and Dodge. We're all familiar with the corner of 72nd and Dodge, and we're all familiar, I believe, with what is the Mega Saver, similar to a convenience store, quick shop, 7-Eleven, sells gas, groceries, and also beer and liquor. When we were going through the process, we were advised that there were some concerns by the neighborhood association, and Lola has met with those members of the community. She's also met with Councilman Bagley to kind of hear some of those issues. I think many of those issues are more just generally towards the development and not necessarily towards the liquor license. I would like to reiterate the factors that the council is to take into consideration and the Liquor Commission when considering the liquor license. And the first of those, if I may, is population and growth. We're talking about central Omaha, 72nd and Dodge, obviously very populated. New development with townhomes and apartments going up on the northwest corner, so great growth there. I think we checked that box. The nature of the location, it's obviously a major intersection, zoned commercial. It's a strip mall. It's ideal or typical for a gas station to be located in that type of area, so I think we checked that box. Adequacy of law enforcement availability. It's the middle of town, 72nd Dodge. If we can't get a police officer there and we need one, we might have some problems. There's no churches or schools in the immediate area. It's zoning compliant. It was general commercial. It's now community commercial under both zoning measures this is appropriate use. And then, of course, what is typically the issue is clustering or high density of other alcohol outlets in the area. In this instance, we're looking at something exactly opposite. If you look at 72nd Street, which is the corridor right through the middle of Omaha, west of 50th Street, there's only one convenience store selling alcohol until you reach the divided expressway, and that's a Casey's on 78th. If you go north and south on 72nd Street, there's nothing south of Blondo, and there's nothing north of Pacific Street. So this is a big void here. There's only one business, that's a Casey's, and they do offer beers and shooters, and they are our competition. And then one of the last conditions is whether the business is consistent with the public interest. And I think we sometimes maybe confuse public interest with personal taste. I think there's a public interest in development. There's a public interest in having readily available services available to the community. That includes gas, groceries, alcohol, and all the things that a convenience store offers. This, of course, is not a nightclub or a strip club or an all-night disco. It's a convenience store. And moreover, of course, the community has an interest in promoting local development. TFL is locally owned and operated. It's also a minority-owned business. I think the city has a public interest in promoting this sort of development. And I think normally, under normal circumstances, you would see that this application would be approved like the ones before us without opposition or without a hearing. But I said we've had a few community members that I believe are opposed to the project, and we met with them, heard those concerns, and took substantial efforts to address those concerns, and we believe we have. We've made significant changes to the plan. We've spoken with city officials in the planning department with regards to the traffic. We've agreed to put in additional landscaping, maintain trees, put in stop signs, speed bumps. We've rezoned. All of these things with relation to the project. There weren't really any concerns about the liquor license. I would note that I see that there was submitted an email into evidence by, I'm not sure who the person's name is here, Monty and Sue Terhune, expressing their opposition to the project as a project, and then basically for the reasons like we've said, and then at the end they basically saying if you can't stop the project, at least stop the liquor license. And I think that's kind of what the opposition at this point is. I don't think there's any legitimate concerns about the criteria that are legally mandated by the legislature for a liquor license. I think this is just some people who are personally opposed to a mega saver for whatever reason, and that's not personal preference is not a legitimate criteria for establishing a liquor license or denying one. There are 28 mega savers here in town. All of them have liquor licenses that serve all class of serves. We've been contacted, I should mention, by Councilman Bagley, who's in a bit of a compromising situation because I believe the activists are from his district, and he has to listen to his constituencies, and he suggested that perhaps as a further compromise, we offer to not sell single cans or single shot alcohol. I know that that's a compromise measure that the council has used in the past with regards to some establishments, what I believe Councilman Melton often refers to as neighborhood refrigerators. But this is not a neighborhood refrigerator. That's not an applicable analogy here. We're talking about 72nd and Dodge. It's the third most trafficked intersection in the city of Omaha. 85,000 vehicles every 24 hours. We're not in a neighborhood. This is not Dundee, for example, where you have on the corner of 50th and Leavenworth a neighborhood, in the middle of a neighborhood where there's a lot of pedestrian activity. A Phillips 66, very large convenience store on a very small lot, selling alcohol, which includes single-serve cans and single-serve shots. It's not a mom-and-pop store in the middle of a neighborhood that sells more beer than they actually do groceries. It's a mega saver. It's a convenience store. Like a Casey's, and we all have expectations when we go to a mega saver or we go to a Casey's, what we're going to be able to find in those stores. We know that we can go fill our car with gas. We can get a gallon of milk if we need it. And if we also want to get a can of beer, we can get a can of beer. It's what you can get at all of these. There's 28 Mega Savers in town. They all offer this. There's 30 Casey's in town. They all have the same liquor license. There's 11 Quick Shops. All of them have the same liquor license without these restrictions. So we understand that this is an offer of compromise, but it seems we've been compromising, and for every concession that we make, we get another demand in return. And the rules need to be applied uniformly amongst these businesses, not arbitrarily or discriminatorily. We take the concerns of the community very seriously. I think we've shown that in our measures that we've taken and what we worked with them. But at this point, I think those are no longer legitimate complaints. I think it's more of a personal preference as to what some people believe the best use of the property might be. And that is not a criteria. If there is some statute or some case law that says the property has to be used for its best use in order to receive a liquor license, I'd be interested in seeing that law because I have not seen it. So we were asking that you approve the license as without amendment, the Class D liquor license. I think the primary concern of the committee members council members, should be whether TFL is able to responsibly operate a liquor license. The answer to that is resounding yes. We've been in business for over 20 years. I said we have 28 liquor licenses. Never had anyone revoked, never had anyone suspended, never had any one of them that hasn't been renewed. And there is the public interest in development. As an aside, all of this area has been designated as extremely blighted. It has an EBA designation, which is to encourage development. And so it is the prerogative of the council to encourage that development, especially in this area, and moreover by a locally owned business and a minority owned business to boot. So with that, we are asking the approval of the application. If you have any questions now, or if you'd rather wait, that's up to the council members. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll have some in a while. Are there any other proponents that want to speak today? So are these proponents that want to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just to give me a sense, can you raise your hand if you intend to speak? Okay, looks like we have maybe 3 or 4. Go ahead.
My name is Trevor Fiala. My address is 2724 North 97th Street. I believe the council should approve this without any reservations as it's been submitted. I have personally known the owners of Mega Saver for 22 years. I've been involved with them as a business partner for that long, since they first started as a little hole-in-the-wall tobacco shop. I've watched these two brothers build an extremely productive business that's not been just productive for them, but for the community. They employ almost 300 people now, I think, at this point in time here in the community. Every store that they've ever opened, they've either built brand new from the ground up to make it a much better store and to improve the neighborhood, or those stores that they've bought, they've then remodeled to make it a better store and to improve the neighborhood that those stores sit in. I don't think there's any reason why the council should not approve this as it's been submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'm going to ask again, too, because I think we do have a line now. How many people do intend to speak as proponents? All right, thank you. That gives me a sense just to manage our time here, and I would encourage folks to keep it to 2 or 3 minutes and not be repetitive.
All right. My name's Steve Stahl. I live at 6708 Pacific Street. Of course, that's Elmwood. I've been with Mega Saver for 6 years and have seen great improvements on all of their organization. They train these employees constantly. I mean, liquor-wise, public relation-wise, they just do a great job. I mean, I come out of retirement just to be part of that organization. So I see no reason why there's such a problem with it, except maybe somebody has a problem with Mega Saver. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next proponent, please.
Anthony Cato Jr., 2596 Crown Point Avenue. And I'm going to ask the council to give me a little bit of leeway because I'm a proponent of them having a Mega Saver, but I'm also an opponent for them not having a liquor license, and I'm going to give you a couple of reasons why. One is Creighton Prep is up the street.
Today is liquor license though, so speak to that.
Right.
Are you a proponent or an opponent of that?
I'm a proponent of Mega Saver, but I'm an opponent of the liquor license.
So you probably want to speak with opponents, I would say.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Next, proponent.
My name is Michelle Covington at 2211 North 129th Street. I currently work for Mega Saver a little over 2.5 years. One thing that we definitely do is at the beginning of our hirement, we go through intensive training with how to sell liquor. Our registers are definitely set up to, how do I say it, automatically ask for ID, and we have to scan that ID in to verify that we're not being sold to anybody under the age. And I don't see why there's any reason why we shouldn't be able to get another liquor license when all of our gas stations already have them.
Okay, thank you. Next proponent, please.
Shane Geis, Precision Lighting and Electric. I apologize, I hurried to get here, so I apologize for how I look.
No problem.
I just wanted to take a quick moment to talk about Mega Saver.
Just your address too, for the record, please.
13401 South 234th Street.
Thanks.
I just wanted to let everybody know that, you know, if you go around all the Mega Savers in town, you can see what they've already done. You know, as Mega Saver coming to Omaha, they have only built better. They have helped Omaha. They are continuing to help Omaha. For the opponents of the neighborhood, I don't think they know this, but the existing Fuddruckers had been broken into a couple of times. They have paid us to go repair the lights, to keep them going, to try to keep people out of there. Maybe they don't know that, but you know, they're always trying to do a better job. 24th and T Street, I don't know if anybody's been down there. Wonderful job of cleaning up down there. I think what they bring is far more than what this is going to take away. I don't believe there's any reason against the liquor. I don't think anybody can say there is. I have heard one argument about little shooters getting tossed in yards, possibly. Still a made-up scenario, hasn't happened yet. So I don't know what the opposition has really to say about it. But I would just like to say that Meg Saver is wonderful for the city of Omaha. They have done nothing but fix it up. So, and that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
My name is Dennis Blocky. My address at 9948 S Plaza, apartment 2A. I've had a business association with Megasaver for around almost 20 years. Worked with them very closely. They are very professional business. As the previous person just spoke about, they are very dedicated about doing their locations. I think they're phenomenal. The one down on 20th Street, if you've ever been by the one on 20th and L Street, it looks great compared to where they were before. I guess the only thing I would say is I think everything's been explained. I don't think there's a reason, I can see a good reason why they would be denied a liquor license, especially without the track record that they have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Johnson, 3222 North 162nd Avenue Circle. I'm a distributor to Mega Savers and have had an association with them for like 20 years, in the 20 years range. And every store that they've taken over, they've improved. They've operated better every year that we've done business with them. And they are one of the only chains left in Omaha that is owned locally. Everybody else is coming from around. They've all been purchased. There's only a handful of convenience store independents and convenience store chains that are here to Omaha for Omaha, and Mega Saver is one of them. So I'd like to act as a proponent for their liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Walter Smolinski, 10233 O Street. I've also been a business associate of Mega Savers the last 20 years or more, and I want to ring, you'll hear this quite a bit today, but they've done nothing but their business practices have always been outstanding, and every time they've taken over a store, they've upgraded it, and they've built some really nice new stores, and I think that area that they're trying to open a store needs a new convenience store, and gas stations, I think, are really good for the economy. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, Yelena Ginsburg, address 9901 Broadmoor Road. And I'm a real estate agent, and I've been representing Mega Saver for the past 10 years. Their reputation has phenomenally grown around real estate community and the city alone. Their newer stores have been phenomenal. If you guys have been to 84th and West Center Road store, one of their newer developments, it's absolutely phenomenal, beautiful open layout. They have everything that the community needs really in their stores. 72nd and Dodge it's been a while since something new has grown there. Obviously, the public library is going to be opening soon. We have Crossroads developments when that happens, but that area really is going to need something new and fresh, and Mega Saver can bring just that. They can dress up that area quite a bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Craig Moore, Holly Hunt, Kara Shrimpton of Elevate Construction, 10505 Cope Hollow Drive in Papillion. We are general contractors, been working with Mega Saver for the past few years, and I guess what I really want to say is that every single project that we have done for them, they have greatly improved the community, and just their operations are very dedicated to the neighborhoods and their customers coming in. We deal with a lot of construction under open operating stores, so we make sure to take a lot of care in protecting people with that, and just I guess just the improvement to the community as a whole, taking an old rundown place and making it look beautiful, operating again is kind of what they do. So.
Thank you. Other proponents?
Yes, sir. Councilman and Councilman Lady of City of Omaha, Nebraska. Donnie R. Johnson, the Johnson Equestrian Foundation, and North Omaha Concerned Citizen Foundation, 4928 North 52nd Street. As I've studied many, many years with these wonderful folks from Mega Savers, with their Harvard ideas and their brilliant ideas of their new introduction of gas into the community, I like studying with them. They remind me of the time when I spent all that time at the United Nations in New York, living at the Waldorf Astoria. Their food is just as wonderful as that. I've shared some of their products with Von Mar. And the good part about this, it was a gas station on 72nd once before. Mr. Ekwall, who I spent the whole summer at Right Way Oil, getting his son for the Air Force Academy, he wanted to get rid of the gas station on the north side, but they'll be on the south side, and all those students from UNO who probably won't go all the way downtown will stop there first, generate more revenue, and help that new library across the street that's going in there as well. And they have some wonderful food. You should try up there. They got some food that makes you mad. Anyway, it's a wonderful place.
Thank you. Any other proponents today?
Hi, Alexei Afanasyev, 12511 Deer Creek Drive. Here to express my support for Mega Saver. I've benefited from the Mega Saver as a client, not only for their cell phone repair services and iPads that my kids constantly break, but also for their bourbon selection. I happen to be a bourbon connoisseur, and believe it or not, some of the highly allocated bourbons are only available in this town at Mega Saver, where Hy-Vees and other liquor stores don't even get those allocations. So not only I will benefit from that, but thousands of other bourbon enthusiasts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Karina Granados Trejo. My address is 2715 Olive Street, Bellevue, Nebraska. I've worked with Mega Saver for 3 years now. I began as a cashier, then worked my way up as a phone associate, then became the manager of the accessories, and now I'm in the inventory department. And I just believe that Mega Saver has given me so many opportunities, and they continue to give opportunities to other people. And I believe that if we continue to open more Mega Savers, more people will get the same opportunities that they gave me. So I am for the liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you. Next proponent.
Good afternoon, Sulaiman Gulakov, 8409 West End Road. I've been working with Mega Saver for 2 years. I work at the phone section. As Alexei mentioned, we do repair phones as well. we sell them, and it's a great help for the neighbors as well. We have a lot of times that neighbors don't have money to pay their bills. They come at Mega Saver to pay their bills, and a lot of homeless people also come here to basically call 911 on emergencies.
Thank you. Other proponents?
Sean Masitis, XS Electric, 3132 South 15th Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I've been a contractor for Mega Saver for almost a decade now, and I've been a part of updating the majority of the 28 stores, whether it's the fuel compliance to make the system safer and up to state codes, or installing lighting to make the area safer for everyone that comes into the store. And from my experience with everybody involved, they do improve all the neighborhoods that they move into. And as a small business, it's been a very valuable account for me, and they've always had my back. Flawless business practices, and I just don't have too many negative things to say about everyone I've ever dealt with.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other proponents that want to speak today? Okay, thank you. I'll now move to opponents. And to give me a sense of the opponents that want to speak, raise your hand, please. Okay, thank you.
Anthony Cato, 2596 Crown Point Avenue. My main opposition to a liquor license is twofold. One, for the future, which was addressed by some folks here about the new public library right across the street from that location. Number two, educational centers that are close by and nearby. And there are a couple churches there as well. There's a school at Lewis and Clark, right up the street at 72nd and Cass. You have Creighton Prep up the street from there. You also have Westgate Elementary, not that far away from that location. You also have, as I said, UNO, major source, which also could be an upgrade for people to start underage drinking. Why am I so concerned about that? I'm a survivor of a drunk driver that hit me, uninsured, under the age of 20, drunk. Now, I heard some people say earlier that the community has to take an interest in what being brought to a location. I'm not opposed to Mega Saver being there as a business providing a valuable service because, as they said, there's not another convenience store until you get to 78th, or at least you have to go around to 78th and Cass, or you have to go further up 72nd, which there's a come and go at one location north, one south. They too provide alcohol, but it's such farther a distance away from the school and the churches in that location that it behooves me to say it's a detriment. And I asked the council to give me a little leeway because of this. There was a meeting a while back where the council revoked a business's license because of the people that it attracted. What was a crime in all that, right next door, which was a public unified service, the Omaha Police Department headquarters. And they couldn't prevent fights and disturbances outside, right next door, across the street. What makes you think at a dangerous intersection at 72nd and Dodge, where there are multiple accidents almost every month, multiple ones, that this is a safe environment to place a liquor license in? If the council is in the business of making sure that's what's good for a neighborhood, then a liquor license at that particular location is absolutely absurd. If you can't provide adequate security right next, when you have the police station right next door, there's no way in the world you're going to be able to provide it at 72nd and Dodge. So a liquor license, nah. Mega Saver as a business, outstanding. They do outstanding service. I have to applaud them. But not for, and at this particular occasion, I'm thinking about my future kids, future college students, future citizens who may become impaired by somebody who had a drink from their establishment. Period.
Thank you. Next opponent, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Leanna Topko, 6001 Dodge Street. I have provided the clerk with written testimony as well, just it's a little more in depth. I'm here on behalf of Project Extra Mile, a coalition that works to prevent and reduce alcohol-related harms. Our biggest concern with TFL Inc.'s liquor license application in this location or others is the fact that there is honestly blatant disregard for the liquor laws because they do have 30 sale to minor violations at their locations, and those 30 violations are at 17 of their businesses. And these are just the ones that have been noted through organized compliance checks where law enforcement goes in with the minor. What if Billy Joe goes down the street and tries to buy something? We don't know what happens there. And then another concern is that during the COVID pandemic, they were the only business that actually was cited cited and found guilty of selling to individuals in a motor vehicle through through the drive-through. So we just want to make sure that businesses who do have liquor licenses have the proper training. And in regards to training, each time these businesses have been found in violation, the Liquor Commission has mandated training, but it appears that something is not sticking if they continue to sell alcohol to minors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Marty Hosking, 6901 Cumming Street in your district, Mr. Festerson. I think to bring something new, a different angle on this, for me, I do see some legitimate support for MegaSaver. I think a lot of the folks that are supporting this liquor license benefit from selling products to them or something of that nature, or buying and selling their establishments. But contrary to what was implied by one of the previous proponents, we are a neighborhood, actually. We are a neighborhood. So I want to encourage the City Council to consider where Omaha's going. So they may have a legitimate legal right to put something there. They might actually be a decent establishment. I'm not here to speak badly of MegaSaver, but I'm here to propose that we really think more broadly on the future of that corner and what Omaha is hoping to be at that part of town. It really is a neighborhood, and we'd like it to be more of a walkable neighborhood. We already have much better transportation. We have bicycles that can be rented there, and we have the new city library. This is an area of civic importance. So I think that the opponents or proponents would like us to think that it's just another normal place, just like everywhere else that they've located their gas stations, but it's not. And I think that's where we have so much support for, or I should say opposition for their presence there, particularly because a lot of us do believe that perhaps a large portion of their profit comes more likely from what they sell in the store than the gasoline. The gasoline itself, we're trying to propose more walkable communities. So there isn't a strong need for gasoline in that area. Those of us who live there, we can get our gas very conveniently in a number of locations. Our alcohol as well, by the way. So I think some of what was said previously regarding the neighborhood and the presence of children, we hope to have a larger presence of children in the future. We hope to have more people walking there. We're going to have children and young adults or young people or underage people standing at that corner waiting for the bus, the Orbit bus, and using the bicycles and stuff. With that library, we hope to have a lot more walkability and a lot more young people gathering. It should be more of a gathering place. So I think I want to just say overall, I want to encourage the City Council to look to where we're trying to go and what we're trying to do. I am disappointed that somewhere along the line that they were even allowed to propose this sort of use for the land, but at least right now, and they're right, the liquor license is our way of limiting their negative influence on the area. Just quickly, I want to read one of the neighbors of mine who didn't have a chance to get here today, what she wrote to me this morning. My first exposure to MegaServer was at getting gas at the location on Saddle Creek in Omaha. The pumps weren't working properly. It was dirty on the inside. Many customers were buying single-serving alcohol. Our son, who was 17 at the time, worked near 72nd and Military, took the bus, and he was able to purchase $40 worth of tobacco products, including cigars and cigarettes, at the location. When I discovered this, I took a picture of it, took it to the store, to the management, and to tell him that he was not of age to not sell to him again. A month later, I discovered he had purchased a vaping supplies at the Mega Saver store. I called the police non-emergency number and reported the sales. Our son did not look old for his age and didn't even have an ID Mega Saver could use to validate his age. So I know there was never an attempt to uphold the law. In my opinion, Mega Saver is a company without conscience. They are a blight on the face of Omaha, allowing them to sell products which have an age restriction, especially alcohol and tobacco, is irresponsible act, and she goes on and on. That's her. Some of that is her opinion, but I think it does add a little emphasis to the fact that we really do need to think strongly about this. If nothing else, hold this off for further conversation and certainly not vote in support of the liquor license today. Someone else mentioned that there was a case that happened, Orchard Hill neighborhood, where just the fact that there was a potentially negative influence on the neighborhood was enough to stop someone getting a liquor license. So you might want to look up that case S06228, state of Nebraska. Anyway, that's all I have, and thank you for allowing me the extra time to be a little chatty. Sorry.
Thank you. Next opponent, please.
All right. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Deanna Faila, and I live at 627 South 67th Avenue. We are not just a few activists. We are actually the people that live in the city and that live in the surrounding neighborhoods. I am president of Elmwood Park Neighborhood Association and Midtown Neighborhood Alliance, an alliance of 17 neighborhoods in Midtown Omaha. And I speak today on behalf of the neighborhood and the community that I personally represent. The surrounding neighborhoods include Fair Acres, Dundee Memorial Park, Exarban Elmwood, Elmwood Park, Peony Park, just to name a few. I can't tell you the number of people and organizations that have reached out to me in the last few months since learning about the Mega Saver development at Dodge Street, and it's not been received favorably at all. In March, the Midtown Neighborhood Alliance Board voted unanimously to oppose the Mega Saver gas station and liquor establishment from being erected at this site. Elmwood Park, of course, followed with unanimous vote. The converging corners of 72nd and Dodge Street have long been awaiting revitalization with a lot of excitement from the neighborhood and the surrounding community. It clearly became an issue that was far greater than just the neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhood. It's been with great effort and leadership, hope, and trust that the design, the functionality, the transportation, pedestrian safety, walkability be met with attention to detail and comprehensive determination for one of the most popular and dense four corners of the city. Billions of dollars, not just a few, but billions of dollars will have been spent by the time the old Crossroads Mall is reimagined, redeveloped, and completed, and an exceeding $150 million cultural and technological state-of-the-art library will be erected. Holding over 282 foundations, corporations, and individual donors, the library recently actually surpassed the $150 million goal, only to face a Mega Saver gas station and Vice Place selling liquor. The amount raised represented one of the largest philanthropic commitments to United States public library system in recent years. And that sweeping library entrance cannot just overlook a gas station with neon green signage. If Mega Saver is allowed a liquor license, it will also be located and nestled in a historic neighborhood established in 1917. Families with children live within half a block of the proposed Mega Saver. These sorts of businesses devalue the integrity of an elegant and safe neighborhood, such as nearby Elmwood Park. Concerns range far and wide. People are worried that easy access to liquor will allow for the purchase of less expensive half-pint and shooter bottles to be obtained on the way to the new library, where family-oriented activities will be taking place. We all know the difficulties that the W. Dale Clark Main Library downtown experienced with the loitering of the unsheltered outside and inside the facility. The community does not want another similar scenario. The liquor license may also increase the ever-growing homeless population near 72nd and Dodge Street. We already have issues there, not to mention the litter issues that these small bottles produce within and throughout the neighborhood yards and streets. Young students and at-risk adults do not need yet another easy access liquor, tobacco, substance establishment in the vicinity. Research shows that easy access and proximity play a key role in addiction and substance abuse. I know the Mega Saver has been charged with sale to minors at various venues in various ways. In this area, these young underage students include vulnerable youth from nearby Lewis and Clark Middle School, UNO, St. Margaret Mary School, the Conservatory of Music, just to name a few. UNO students park, walk, and cycle to and from the university through Elmwood Park neighborhood, which has constructed a mayor's grant, funded trail for them to cut through the neighborhood safely on their way to and from classes and their dorms. We've worked really hard to receive grant funding to make it safer for these students to walk, cycle to and from school. The Elmwood Park neighborhood's been very protective of its UNO students, and it continues to want to do so. The new Central Library is designed to attract walk-ins, engage the community in a positive way. Those buying liquor and drinking alcohol from nearby Mega Saver, along with the potential for loitering, should not be part of this walk-in activity. The first floor of the library, major hub to the community. The second, a devoted to children department connecting children with nonprofits and schools to expand their reach of advanced learning. The new Central Library has the potential and possibilities to transform the community. Would a Mega Saver gas station and a liquor establishment contribute to this positive transformation? I don't think so. Most recently, I was told of small signs and right-of-ways that shared the substance supplement, Kratom, that was sold at Mega Saver. Upon much discussion with the store employee, we learned that Kratom is sold as an organic supplement, energy booster, mood lifter, pain reliever, and potential as a stimulant upper. We were told that it is sold frequently at the Mega Saver store. According to the Mayo Clinic, Kratom holds side effects such as difficulty breathing, hallucination, depression, delusions, confusion. It's believed that these sorts of drugs are going to be outlawed within the next couple of years. Is this what we really want our youth to be exposed to across the street from the most trusted of all institutions, such as a public library, and within their own neighborhood, Elmwood Park, Peony Park, Dundee, Fair Acres? We are not against free enterprise and urban development, and in fact, we have received it with open arms in many instances. But we are all for responsible development. The merging point of different sectors of Omaha should have no room for irresponsible liquor establishments and a gas station. We can do much better. What goes into all the four corners of 72nd and Dodge Street must be carefully thought out and cohesive in all aspects. The environment outside of these developments are equally important as the environment inside. Another gas station and alcohol establishment is not what we want in this new and advanced development area. The argument cannot be made that there is a lack of gas stations in the area and liquor establishments. Let me show you the density of these establishments that are within 1.5-mile radius.
Do you have a graphic there?
I don't
What
see
you do
the
is you
mouse.
raise the bar on the diocese there. Diana? Are you trying to raise, show us a graphic? Yeah.
No, I'm on the,
Okay.
desktop.
Go ahead.
Yes. Sorry, just couldn't find the mouse. So the red pins show the gas stations on this map. The green show other off-sale outlets. The areas include Blondo Street to Dodge Street to Pine, 84th Street to 72nd Street to Happy Hollow. By the way, this information comes from the Lincoln Commission Control Center, the Liquor Control Commission in Lincoln. These include 14 businesses. I could list the businesses, but I think it's the Hy-Vee, Quick Shop, Cass, Come and Go, Phillips, Quick Trip, Hy-Vee, Asian Market, Target, Walgreens, Aldi's, Walmart. The next map, oops, sorry. The next map shows 96 businesses in a 3-mile radius, just 3 miles, where alcohol can be purchased for off-premises consumption. This includes gas stations, grocery stores, convenience stores, some bars, and restaurants. There are traffic and violation concerns as well. After discussion with Public Works and City Planning, we still aren't convinced that the Mega Saver will not be in violation of the driveway regulation policy. This important detail should be revisited by someone. The proposed road from Mega Saver to Chipotle's private parking lot is ultimately public access that's going to spill into Farnham Street. The parking lot will serve as a pass-through to Farnham Street, which is already highly congested. We believe that this access road would be in violation of the driveway regulation policy that would require Mega Saver to ask for a waiver. The traffic at 72nd and Farnham Street into the neighborhood has been a congestive nightmare that has been known to the city as a design faux pas for years. If you walk and watch, you will see numerous cars waiting to turn into or out of Starbucks, cars waiting to get to 72nd Street, others waiting to turn west into the neighborhood. If the existing strip mall were not there, I doubt the Mega Saver would be allowed access to Dodge or 72nd. Also, traffic will increase within the neighborhood by those cutting through the neighborhood at various veins, including Douglas and 70th Street. But I know we're here to discuss the liquor license, so for all the above reasons, we ask that council deny a liquor license to Mega Saver. If not fully denied, at the very least, we're asking that the sale of alcohol be restricted to no less than 32 ounces, restrictions on the sale of a quarter pint, half pint, and a pint of liquor, restrictions on single cans or bottles 32 ounces or less, with definite restrictions on the 50 milliliter shooters. A lot's at stake here, folks, and we really can't allow this debacle with the Mega Saver at such a primary, incredibly exciting new development in the city. In the end, I think responsible development lies in the hands of decision makers with the clear and exemplary cohesive vision for urban growth and expansion that benefits our city for generations to come. And I thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you. And similar to opponents, our proponents, I'll ask the further opponents to be brief in their comments, maybe 2 or 3 minutes and not repetitive, so we can get to further questions.
I will be brief.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Howard. I live at 113 South 70th Street in Omaha. I'm a member of the Elmwood Park Neighborhood Association, and my home is within 500 feet of the new Mega Saver location. First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Begley for his concerted efforts working with our neighborhood on our Mega Saver concerns. I'd also like to thank Council Members Festerson and Rowe for responding to my recent email. I'm here today to respectfully request your opposition to the Mega Saver liquor license. Our historic neighborhood is concerned about having liquor sales available at this iconic intersection of Omaha. We welcome the new library, which we hope will be a beautiful, family-friendly, and wholesome gathering spot adjacent to our neighborhood. As you're aware, the library will be directly across the street from Mega Saver. There's a bus stop located in front of the Mega Saver. UNO is a few blocks away, along with Lewis and Clark and St. Margaret Mary's schools, as well as other schools. We are worried about easy access to liquor by so many young and impressionable students, as well as the increased danger of intoxication at an extremely busy intersection. It's likely we will experience increased noise, loitering, traffic and safety concerns due to easy access to alcohol. We consistently have UNO students parking and walking through our neighborhood on their way to and from school. They are ripe victims for underage alcohol sales, which Mega Saver has already established as part of their pattern. If you're unwilling or unable to oppose the liquor license, at the very least, we ask that liquor sales be restricted to 32 ounces and above. This will discourage cheap and easy access to shot bottles in small containers by vulnerable populations. We also hope larger containers will minimize unsightly litter of the smaller bottles strewn throughout our beautiful and historic neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next opponent, please.
My name is Lori Brook. I reside at 6729 Davenport Street.
I'm also president of Fair Acres Neighborhood Association. It's going to be very difficult not to get just a little repetitive, so I will work on it, I promise. Fair Acres is one of the 17 neighborhoods that Deanna just spoke about, and I won't repeat her words, but we support her message. I've lived in the Fair Acres neighborhood now for almost 30 years. I've seen lots of changes. The 72nd and Dodge corridor has undergone a lot of change. Today, it seems to be becoming a magnet for hot rod motorcycles and cars and protests. And I'm not here as a vigilante neighbor. I support development. I'm grateful for the donors that are making the library happen. We're anxious to see how the Crossroads development will unfold and what can we do here at this location to make it a better, safer place and look more intentional. We are not excited about the idea of this convenience store with a liquor license. We're concerned about loitering, and we're concerned about unsheltered having more access to alcohol. Teenagers are in and out of that particular area in Omaha regularly. Starbucks, Scooters, Chipotle, Noodle and Company. And I have to ask the question, why are we making alcohol available in such a heavily used teenage area? The corner of 72nd Dodge has become a hotspot for protests. Today's not about that, I understand. But I hear these megaphones from my house, and I'm not suggesting all protesters consume alcohol. Please do not take that as a takeaway from this message by any means. But I am asking if we want to add another location for people who are protesting to buy alcohol. When I asked my 19 and 20-year-olds, my children, about this Mega Saver coming in, their first response was, "Mom, that's not a good thing." And we had a bit of a dialogue about that. It seems so obvious to them that Mega Saver sells alcohol to minors, and it becomes an unsafe hangout. Is something so obvious to them being lost on us? Let's do something that we can be proud of at this location, and let's do it purposefully so that we don't look back in a few years and ask ourselves, why in the world did we end up here? So on that note, I respectfully ask the councilmen and women to decline the liquor license.
Thank you. Next opponent, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Kozalka, 327 South 71st Street. I live about 5 houses to the south of the property. I'm a CPA in Omaha. I'm very pro-business. My high school job was actually at a gas station on the Leavenworth and Saddle Creek while I worked there for 8 years. And I also have 3 kids under the age of 6, so I think I bring a little different perspective to the previous speakers. I noticed that going through the prior city council meetings, the decision to approve or deny liquor license has already been established by city council members, and it's a good idea to review those items. The meeting that I'm referring to was actually in January of 2024 on 52nd and Leavenworth. Councilmember Johnson, in the meeting you applauded the gas station owner for their involvement in the community and the neighborhood association. That certainly has not been the case for Mega Saver. Although a spokesperson from Mega Saver did attend the neighborhood meetings, mere attendance and landscaping should not meet this requirement. Mega Saver was unwilling to meet several reasonable requests for the association, including moving over to the bay closest to Dodge Street, closing the street to Douglas, discussing possible earlier close times, and a request for a traffic impact analysis study. Councilman Festerman, in that same meeting, you mentioned that you generally follow the recommendation of the council members in the district. I would hopefully that you would follow that same consistency. In addition, in that meeting, the gas station owner had a letter of recommendation from the Dundee gas station along with 50 neighbors' signatures of support. Mega Saver does not have that same support or recommendation. Councilmember Melton, you lived in that neighborhood while you're going to school. My parents still live on 57th and Mayberry, and our oldest daughter just completed kindergarten at Washington Elementary School. In the meeting, you pointed out the importance of accountability. Specifically, the gas station's attorney was a neighbor in the area. Accountability is absent in the Mega Saver's request. Not a month after Mega Saver's representative met with the neighborhood association, the Mega Saver in Ralston got caught for selling to minors and had to pay a fine and were prohibited from selling alcohol for 30 days. And that comes directly from the nebraska.gov website, I believe, from the Secretary of State. All the council members made important point of the closing time from 9 to 10 p.m., including council members Harding, Festerson, Melton, and Bagley. Mega Saver has made it clear they have no intention at closing at 9 p.m. The city council members have the opportunity to be selective about what goes in this location with the library across the street. A vote to approve the liquor license would not only be irresponsible, but unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next opponent, which I believe is the last opponent. Okay, Timur.
Hello, my name is Denise O'Gara. I'm at 308 South 70th Avenue, which is less than a block away from where they want to put the Mega Saver. I want to make a little comment about the proponents. With the exception of one proponent, everybody else was an employee or a contractor and has a monetary reason for being in favor of the Mega Saver. We've already gone over how the library is right directly across the street, not even a block, just directly across the street. I have been an elementary school counselor for way too long, 30, 35 years. And also for 24 years, I was also a drug and alcohol counselor. I was trained by the state of Nebraska to be a drug and alcohol counselor. I know addiction. Mega Saver sells vape, kratom, cigarettes, alcohol, and snuff. All are addictive. The people that go there are buying these products and they're loitering outside the store. My last job, I just retired, was as an elementary counselor in Ralston. So I was very happy to hear about them selling to a minor at that Ralston location, because I can't tell you how many parents came to me with concerns about that Mega Saver at it's L and 77th, and how they don't want their kids anywhere near it. My last year at my school, we had vape problems in the building. We had to search lockers, for Pete's sake. We had to police the playground. We finally got to the bottom of it, and I got to talk to many of the students. Many of them bribed the people that were loitering outside the Mega Saver. You know, I'll give you $5 if you get some vape for me. They'd get all kinds of vape from there. And now I hear that the employees are selling it directly to the students as well. I have worked with students as a drug and alcohol counselor for years. In OPS, I was there 22 years. Worked with every student that got caught with drugs at school or under the influence at school, and met with their families. I can't tell you how many thousands of families I met with in 22 years. Kids are very inventive about getting vapes and kratom and alcohol. And they are very adept at picking out which adults they can bribe to get those things for them. And any of you that have driven by a Mega Saver, you look at who's loitering there. It's not people buying gas. This is like another vape shop with gasoline pumps in front of it. In our neighborhood, and it is a neighborhood, we live there. I've lived there for over 30 years. I raised my children there. Where the Mega Saver is going to be, 2 blocks east is another vape shop on 70th and Dodge. 2 blocks south is another vape shop on 72nd and Jones. In a 4-block radius, if they get to have this, we're going to have 3 of those shops in a 4-block radius right next to the public library. Is there some ordinance on how many of these things you can cram into a neighborhood? 4-block radius. Do we need 3 of these? Yeah, I don't want that kind of loitering in my neighborhood. I don't want that kind of access to drugs in my neighborhood. Those are all addictive products. I am not leaving my house that I've lived in for 30 years. Whoever said you can move. I don't have a monetary reason. This is a historic neighborhood. My home is 100 years old. We take pride in our homes in this neighborhood. It is clearly a neighborhood. People are raising their children here. This place, you talk to any parent that has had a Mega Saver in their neighborhood. You don't have to trust us. They're dens for addicts. They all get there. They get their products cheap. That's part of their slogan. We have the cheapest prices. That's who they attract, and that's not what we need in our neighborhood, and that's not what 72nd and Dodge needs.
All right, thank you. We'll hear from our last opponent, and a reminder that the comments from the audience will not be tolerated.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Marshall. I live at 323 South 68th Street, which is just a couple of blocks from where the proposed Mega Saver would be located. I am in agreement with almost everything the opponents have said before me, so I won't reiterate. However, I think there's one thing that has not been mentioned, and I'm surprised. That intersection is so dangerous, and there's so many things going on there. And when you get, and the library opens and the Crossroads Mall reopens, you're going to have even more traffic down there. And you're going to have that so close to that intersection, just accessing and departing. In my mind, I don't think that location should ever have been approved, but particularly not to sell alcohol. You already have so many motor vehicle accidents, pedestrian accidents, crime in that area. Please don't add more fuel to that fire. Please do not grant the liquor license. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe the last opponent is coming, Larry.
Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. I'm thankful that you've opened up your chambers here for a little longer presentations by citizens that are a little upset with the way things are going in Omaha lately. But you usually don't let them get off the gray line of the exact topic like you have today.
I don't agree with that.
I
If
guess
you want to address the liquor license, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and interrupt me, sir. Call me out of order, but let them do whatever, say
Address
whatever.
the liquor license, Larry.
Okay? Please don't interrupt me. This is my time.
Proceed.
You've never let me get off the line of the exact topic of Mega Saver like you have the people today. And I stand for them. I'm opposing it also.
Go ahead.
I see this down on Saddle Creek in Hamilton. I see it a few other places, what they're talking about. But they've mentioned a couple of other things that need to be talked about, and it's a shame that you can't talk back and forth with you guys like a question and you answer it instead of the other way around. This business of not having a conversation with the citizens when they're here is not necessarily American. But the library is part of the big boy deal in Omaha, as is the Crossroads. And I wonder how many more months am I going to be driving past the Crossroads and there's absolutely nothing happening? There is no equipment there. Somebody's not telling us the truth about why there's no progress at the Crossroads. Well, the neighbors there that are losing their neighborhood, just not too far back behind there, I guess is around Fuddruckers there, have been disrupted quite a bit. They're going to be disrupted a lot more, and they don't like it. So I guess you want to develop everything clear south and north to UNO, whatever, and drive out long-time property owners. That's probably part of the game. So open your meetings some night so that you can have a discussion with people instead of posting notices or claiming to post notices about things that people don't hear about. They don't read it. They don't see it. And there's usually not enough time for them to consider getting to that meeting or making a comment to you before you pass it anyway. You've got to change your processes. Thank you.
Is there one more opponent that wants to speak? All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Fox. Live at 461 Hartman Avenue. I'm the president of the East Omaha Neighborhood Association. To draw it back in, to focus on this liquor license. If this council can't sit in those chairs and listen to these concerned citizens talk about these babies and the optics of what these people are going to see from this library and what's going to happen at this place, and not demand that a company that has 28 locations, this one isn't going to make or break them. So if they don't want to appease the residents, the people that live here, that you know, it doesn't need to sell alcohol. They're saying it doesn't even need to sell gas. If they want to have their image across the street from this library, then it needs to be up to the people's standards. And what it is I'm eager to see how this vote goes after this, to hear how these people come up here, even more numbers on the opposition side, and voice their opinions and have facts and have data and have concerns and have questions. And I'm eager to see how this vote's going to go, knowing that what we all just witnessed of all these citizens worrying about major key factors to life, their babies, and the optics of this area. And just wanted to draw that back in to focus on this liquor license about what you guys have the power to do. Make them do something different. Make them, I think making them sell bigger amounts it's a meet in the middle situation, but at this location, 72nd and Omaha, the middle of the map. We've got a little bit west since then, but this is our history here. And to hear the voices of these people that live close by and their opposition to this, and the proponents were very much noted as contractors and employees of this place. So I'm just eager to hear how this vote goes, and I wanted to take the time to draw it back in to the focus of this vote on this liquor license for Mega Saver. And I'm Joe Fox, and I'm an opponent of them not meeting their demands or compromising in any such way.
Okay, thank you. That's the last opponent. You've already spoken, Donnie, to this item. We'll take the applicant and allow you a couple minutes if you'd like to respond to something you've heard that was different than your testimony. But I encourage you to be brief because we do have council member lights on with, I think, many questions.
Thank you. We will be brief. There was a lot of comments, as I mentioned there, that I concern and that we've listened to with regards to the project in general that don't necessarily deal with the liquor license, so I can't and won't get off on all of those tangents. I do want to correct myself. I spoke with Brian Legal, clarification on the history of the liquor licenses that we do have. I said we've never had one suspended or revoked. The suspension, as everybody knows, there is different levels of suspension. You can get a violation and then pay a fine and not have the store closed. It's not until you reach a second or third violation for a location that you end up closing the store. We've never had to have a store closed. The 30 violations or whatever that show up on the record, we're talking about 28 stores over the period of 20 years. And if you do go online and you look at the records of what was the old Buc-ee's or even Hy-Vee's, Baker's, there's some that slip through the crack at all times, but it's not, the picture that's being painted up here is pretty ridiculous. I live down the street from the Mega Saver at 120th and Pacific. My kids go there and get Gatorade after school. I go there and get gas because it's cheaper than the gas across the street. And I never see anybody loitering outside. I never see any bottles laying on the ground. I don't hear all this stuff that, like, the world is going to come to an end if Mega Saver gets the gas station across from the library. Mega Saver owns this property. This is the United States of America. They bought the property. We're compliant with all of the zoning. We're compliant with the planning department. We've been through all of these hoops. And what we were talking about is the liquor license, that we meet all of the criteria. The one gentleman did mention a school. I don't think those schools qualify as the immediate area. You know, how far down the road are these schools? There's Creighton Prep's closer to the liquor stores and the convenience stores on Blondo than they are on 72nd and Dodge. Everybody says they're kind of pro-development here, but then they just slur the Mega Saver and say, well, we're pro-development as long as it's what we want. And what we are here on today is the liquor license, and the factors, I went over them before. I think we've met all of those factors, and we should have the liquor license as we've applied. We have been willing to and have done many negotiations and concessions and changes. Obviously, we can't close Douglas Street. That was a proposal we actually talked to the city with. We've done everything within our limits. We're limited by the city, the planning department, what we can and can't do. But we're looking for, that's already passed. What we were here today for is the liquor license, and I think our arguments are convincing that we've met all the criteria that is to be considered under the statutes.
Okay.
Don't know if you have questions for myself or Laura.
I'll close the public hearing. Or did you want
If
offer
that's
a
okay, I'd
short
like
comment?
to add, there was some accusations of us not being accessible and, neighborhood association trying to get a hold of us and not being able to get a hold of us. I just want to make sure that it is clear for everybody that as soon as Diana called me personally, I made it out here. I was not even in Omaha. I took a flight and flew over here for the meeting with them at the time that they requested. She called me on Friday. The meeting was on Tuesday. I was here and attending the meeting because we are accessible. She and everybody else in that meeting, there was 46 members of this association, given a corporate address which is on 73rd and Douglas, which is across the street of 72nd and Dodge, and we're very accessible. Corporate office is open all the time from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., 5:30 p.m. actually. Walk in, talk to us. I personally called Diana several times. I even told Mr. Bagley here that I tried to get a hold of him to follow up after the meeting to see what would they like us to do, what else would they like to see from us to make this work. And I've never got a call back or email or voicemail back. And we've been saying it, and I'm going to repeat myself again. We're a local business. We're accessible. We live here. We operate here. Our kids shop in our stores too, and all the other gas stations and convenience stores and grocery stores. So we operate responsibly, and we know what we're doing.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Bagley, your light's on.
Thanks, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Carson and Ms. Kalikova. I think I got that right. Can I ask you, how long have you owned that property there?
I believe we purchased it in 2018.
Okay. And what are the hours of operation you're going to have for this store as proposed here today?
We usually operate all the locations 11 p.m. or 12 a.m. depending on where they're located. We do not open overnight.
Okay, what time will you open at?
We open at 6 a.m.
6 a.m. Until 11 p.m.?
Yes.
And so just to number one, we did have, I'll say this about Mega Saver and you, Lola. I had a meeting on March 26th with the Elmwood Neighborhood Association, and those concerns got brought up at that time. And Ms. Fiala reached out to you, and to your credit, you attended the April 23rd meeting. I had requested and had the gracious help of Public Works, Mr. Ryan Haas, and Mike Carter from Planning to answer the neighbors' questions on the other things that are beyond the liquor license here today. So I did get your email, and in fact, you and I had coffee on May the 10th, and we had a great discussion. I had concerns that I continued to learn from the neighbors from May 10th until an hour ago. I was out of town when you emailed me, but I did email back and had a good conversation with Mr. Carson about some of my concerns. And as I said, we'd have the public hearing and continue working on trying to, I balance everybody, the neighborhood association, and Mr. Carson, you mentioned, you know, you want to call it pressure, whatever you want. I try to stay out of that realm and just listen and have the conversation with constituents, with neighbors, with you, Lola. And again, I commend you for coming to that meeting. If you did a head count, I thought it was maybe 40, but there was a lot of active, passionate neighbors there. And I want to, for the record, also say, this isn't for me about Mega Saver. If it was a Come and Go or Buc-ee's or QT or Casey's, the issue isn't the name of the establishment. I want to be clear on that. And I guess in the sake of time, I won't answer for you, Mr. Carson, so I'll just, it's a simple yes or no. If you would be willing to have no sales of 375 milliliters or less of liquor, I'm assuming I know what the answer is, but I'll ask you that if you're willing to do that.
Yeah, the answer to that at this point is no.
Okay.
We had proposed not selling the 100 milliliter or 200 milliliter as kind of a compromise effort. We talk about compromise. That's something that we could.
And I did get your email on that, and I know that the 50 milliliters obviously are a big concern. The shooters, I respectfully disagree with you. I see those in my district where the shooters are available. It's a litter problem, but that's a side point.
And do you mind
Please.
if I add too? You know, we obviously asking to operate in the realm of what our gas stations operate. We have a Come and Go gas station on 72nd and Pacific that has a liquor license with no restrictions. We have Target on 72nd and Dodge with liquor license with no restrictions as far as we know, because we walked in and they sell smaller bottles and cans. We have 76 and Dodge with cases with no restrictions to liquor license, and they're selling all the sizes. We're just asking to do the same thing. It's 72nd and Pacific is the same neighborhood association, I believe, as 72nd and Dodge. So how is it that they are allowed to sell liquor license, and it's obviously a bigger chain, and it's a Come and Go, and we family-owned, minor-owned operation here, local operation, are asked to give that up. We're not a grocery store where you come and buy a big bottle of liquor. We're a convenience store where customers come and buy. And I know there were some people saying here that people will be walking around and drunk. We're not selling for consumptions on the premises. We're selling for consumptions off the premises. So nobody's gonna come out of Mega Saver drunk just because they bought a shot of liquor in there. So.
Understood. Thank you for that comment. One other thing, Mr. Carson, if you would be willing to have no sale of cans or bottles of 32 ounces or less. And I think I know what the answer is, but I just wanted to give you the ability to respond to that.
I believe that is no.
Okay. Thank you. And again, I appreciate the conversation you and I had. And I do understand the balance of a lot of the people that testified in favor, although I think one of them might have lived near this location. A lot of them, their livelihoods are impacted by the Mega Savers. And I think you said, is there 28 stores you have in town? And maybe up to, in pre-council, I think you said 300 people. I hope the ones who came down here today are getting paid on the clock for testifying on your behalf. Because I've been in Mega Savers and you have good, decent employees. And I balance all the things that I talked about, and respectfully, I'm going to vote against your application today, not because I'm anti-Mega Saver, and not because you guys didn't try to compromise, including working with me. Again, I appreciate your candid discussions you had. You're willing to meet at any time. That was never a problem here. And oftentimes we run into that where people will blow us off, and that's to each their own. But that wasn't the case here today. But I appreciate the time and you coming down today. I'm going to respectfully vote no on this just for the reason I said, but I'm not anti-Mega Saver. I just, unique to this neighborhood and 72nd and Dodge, that's the reason that I'm voting the way I am today. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you. First, I would like to say that
I'm very impressed with Mega Saver as a company. I'm very impressed with your ability to hire a lot of people from our community, from the city of Omaha as a whole. All of that is very impressive, but unfortunately, I have to express my strong opposition to the issuance of the liquor license for the proposed establishment across the street from our new digitalized library. This library is more than just a building. It is a cornerstone of our community, a place where families can come together to learn, grow, and be inspired. The digitalized library is designed to be a safe, welcoming environment for individuals of all ages, but particularly for families and children. It offers access to the latest technology, educational program, and a space for communal activities. Allowing a liquor establishment directly across the street undermines the core mission of our library and compromises the environment we're striving to create. Here are a few points I would like to emphasize: safety and security, family-friendly environment, negative influence on youth, community values, potential for increased traffic and noise. In conclusion, granting a liquor license across the street from our digitalized library is not in the best interest of our community, particularly our families and children. I urge you to consider the long-term implications of this decision and to prioritize the safety, security, and well-being of our residents. Let us project and protect the integrity of our library and ensure it remains a safe haven for learning and family engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Melton, you're recognized.
Thank you. Whenever so many people come down to the city council, obviously we take notice and we listen, but also we also have to have a rule of law. we have statutes, and when we're granting liquor licenses, we can take into account certain neighborhoods, but we can't just willy-nilly, because we actually don't want a gas station going in at this location, vote against a liquor license to try and circumvent the private property rights of the person that purchased the property. That's not the role of the government. And in fact, you don't want the government making those kinds of decisions and taking that kind of control in your city. When you hear about it's near schools, if we were we would have to establish something that said there is a Quick Trip right across from Burke High School, which sells all of the single shots. I noted that there's a Mega Saver, and I think in Anderson's right at 120th and Pacific with St. Robert's right across the street, and also Beverage 2 blocks over. So I think at this point we have gas stations all over. I think there's a Mega Saver closer on Blondo to Creighton Prep than this Mega Saver would be to Prep on 72nd. I think if we were to say that we don't want a liquor license at this location, here's the problem. We all want Crossroads to be developed. When Crossroads gets developed, I think we all hope that a Mahogany's, a Brother Sebastian's, I don't know, Olive Garden, Big Fred's. I'm thinking of all of the restaurants that most of us love to go to, or at least I do, because if we're saying a liquor license can't be at this location, then we're saying a liquor license can't be at that location. There is a target, but I want to talk about the bigger implications. We're going to have, somebody said that they don't want Mega Saver to have the liquor license because they're afraid they were hit by a drunk driver. Well, people don't drink the alcohol at Mega Saver. However, when we build restaurants that hopefully are going to go in right across the street, that's where people do actually drink the alcohol. What we have to do is make sure that we have good laws on the books and we're enforcing those laws. I'll be honest, I want to see that Crossroads area develop, and Mega Saver isn't what I wanted to see going in right there at Fuddruckers. It's just not. It's not what I think makes kind of the fourth corner it's kind of difficult for me to do. The problem is when I look at the statutory reasons to deny, I don't find that this falls into any of them where we could deny your liquor license. Because if we're denying a liquor license at 72nd Dodge based on traffic, we'd have to deny liquor licenses throughout the entire city. This is one of the busiest intersections. We have a Casey's right down the street. And I made the mention that I couldn't remember what it was, Come and Go or Quick Trip at 72nd and Pacific, which is on the other side of the neighborhood. Yet I haven't seen, I said at chair of the law committee, I have not seen one tavern report for that Quick Trip. And I haven't seen one for the Casey's either. So I haven't seen any reports that either of those gas stations have done anything contrary to the public interest. So I just want to say to Mega Saver, although I really don't want to see a gas station go in there, it really isn't what I want to see for that. I'm actually kind of upset because I wanted to see something else go in there. But also, there was somebody that said, City Council, you have all the control. Actually, we don't. We're just a recommending body. We just recommend it. Now, if we recommend denial, we're going to send our lawyer down in front of the Liquor Commission to have to defend our denial. Well, this is what I can tell you from what I see. He doesn't have any defense. So, I mean, that's not our opinion. It'll be the Liquor Commission's opinion. But I would say for the most part, the Liquor Commission will also have to look at that and say, well, if we say that we can't have a liquor license at 72nd Dodge, it's going to have to apply to all of 172nd Dodge. And I just don't believe the Liquor Commission's going to do that. So whether we vote to do it or not, I would prefer to at least try and follow the factors. So as much as I don't want to see Mega Saver, I'm not going to try and use our liquor license to try and keep them from going in there, because that's what it is. This isn't about a liquor license at this section. This is about not wanting Mega Saver on the fourth corner of 72nd Dodge, which I agree with. But I don't think that I would be abusing my position, in my opinion, by voting no to try and use the liquor license as a way of keeping a private property owner from doing what they're entitled to be doing. And I want other liquor licenses to pass. Hopefully on the crossroads it's going to be developed. I hope that there's a good steakhouse and maybe Mexican and maybe some other places that I want to see go into that crossroads area. So these are difficult. These are very difficult decisions. Again, we are just a recommending body. We don't have the final say. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very similar comments are about to come forth, I think, from what Ms. Melton just said too. I've heard a lot of talk about, the location of this and it being next to our library. So does that mean we should revoke the liquor license at the Target store that's currently existing across the street? Or should we retroactively be amending other liquor licenses of establishments in the area? We talked a lot about the development at Crossroads, both today and many times in the past. And as was brought up, there will be restaurants in there, and there will be liquor license applications for some of those establishments. And the fact that there's a Mega Saver at 120th and Pacific that was brought up, that's right across the street from Anderson's that sells at least beer and wine that I know of. I think they have a full liquor license, which is right across the street from St. Robert's. And we are a recommending body. We do not have the final say in this, and it will be the liquor license or the Liquor Commission that will do that. And I think, as Mr. Carson pointed out, walking through the reasons that the council can consider denying, I think you went through the kind of laundry list of what those were. And as Ms. Melton just said too, I don't think that we would have any defense, we as a council would have any defense in that. And I think our attorney will be given a short arm if he does have to appear in front of the Liquor Commission to make that argument. The one thing I did want to point out too is that because as it relates to, I think a lot of the conversation does really revolve around the use and not necessarily the liquor license. This parcel is currently zoned GC, which is general commercial, which is a zoning classification that the city is really trying to get away from because of some of the uses that you currently, by right, could develop on that site. And when the application for this came in to redevelop the site, that gives the city the opportunity to, I'm not going to say strong arm, but it gives the city some leverage to say to you, developer, okay, we're listening to you and what your use might want to be, and in the current zoning of GC, it is allowed, but we would rather see this zone CC, which is a down zoning, less intensive zoning, and gives the city really some kind of more say in how the site is developed, so they can kind of ask certain things, as we discussed a little bit at pre-council today, ask certain things of the developer to do. And I think the city has done that, and you have agreed to do some of those things. So, and it's also in what's called an ACI, an area of civic importance, and so that relates to some of the setbacks and building materials and some of those things. And we will be considering that in 2 weeks, or in the 30th, thank you. Because that rezoning item is actually on our agenda today too, but because of the process, that one won't have its public hearing and vote until the 30th of July. But I say all those things, and you know, maybe to not the same extent maybe as Mrs. Melton, but maybe I would have liked to have seen a different use there, but that's not my right. You're the property owner. There are certain things that are allowed by right that you can do on that site, and this is one of those that you can do by right. So I will be supportive of this, and I know I think you have a very good kind of operation, and have demonstrated that you're involved and committed to the communities that you have your 28 stores in. So I wish you well on that. Thank you.
Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Harding kind of answered the question that I wanted to, or at least the comments I wanted to bring up. But I would like to give Dave Mr. Fanslaw, a chance to. I think it's germane to talk about the zoning and how that, you know, what the master plan talks about on that corner. And so, Dave, could you talk about if this is master plan compliant, and what the ACI overlay, what does that entail, and what's it going to look like?
So yeah, Dave Fanslow, City Planning. The site is currently master plan compliant. If you look at the land use map in the master plan, it shows this area to be designated for office and commercial uses, and there's a few dozens of those uses that would fall into that land use category. The rezoning that was requested by staff and supported by the ZBA on this site is a down zoning, like it's been mentioned. It's currently zoned GC. With that down zoning, it will be CC, limits, puts some limits on the uses that are allowed there. The site is also in an ACI district. ACI is the Omaha by Design effort from a long time ago, our urban design code. It brings in different standards for parking lot, landscaping, signage, building materials, things like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fanslav.
Sure.
I just wanted to make sure that we all knew that they are within the zoning requirements, and the building will fit into that corner fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm the last speaker in the queue here, and I respect the testimony we've heard from everybody today. I appreciate you all coming down here and sharing your opinions and being engaged on this, as well as my fellow council members. And I think what we're finding is although this is just a liquor license today, it is very difficult to have a conversation about this without also talking about the use and proposed use. As was noted, on our agenda is a rezoning that comes in the next few weeks. But in my mind, the reason why we're so focused on the liquor license right now is because the rezoning, in many respects, is irrelevant should the liquor license be approved, because you could then operate as you're proposing to operate in a general commercial area with or without that rezoning. So I think that's why we're having lots of different conversations about both the liquor license and the proposed use. And although I respect the analysis that's been given in terms of the liquor license, I would add, and I do think, a council member can have an opinion about that liquor license, as does neighborhoods that may not be in favor of that liquor license for this reason. And that's where I fall today. I think the current site is very difficult. Circulation is terrible. Everyone knows it. It's a problem for the neighborhood. I don't see this improving that situation, even with the rezoning. It'll surely increase the amount of traffic and circulation that is demanded by that site. I think that's part of your business plan. And I don't criticize you for that, but I think that's true. And I do think we've talked about 72nd and Dodge a lot recently as a body. We talked about even over 20 years ago when the entity called Omaha by Design had aspirations for 72nd and Dodge Street on all four corners on their document that was produced to increase the aesthetics in Omaha, talk about land use, how we handle major intersections in areas of civic importance. That's where that designation came from. And at this corner, it had aspirational thoughts for something, I think, much greater than a proposed use of additional gas stations and convenience. And I feel like we're on the precipice of that right now with the $150 million library that's literally coming out of the ground, with an $800 million proposition across the street at Crossroads. And I'd hate to see us deviate from that vision and all that can be. So that's where I fall today in opposition to this liquor license, and those are my reasons. Mr. Harding.
Yeah, I guess one final comment on that then. I'll be interested to see how this vote goes today, and then I'll be even more interested to see how the vote goes on the rezoning on July 30th.
Can I add something before you guys vote?
Sure, I'll have you. You can say something.
Just to add to what Amy Milton said, that we're waiting here for the liquor license today. If the liquor license are not allowed, and a lot of votes over here are asking for something more family oriented, like a restaurant in the area, we won't be able to put any restaurant in the property because there's no liquor license. The only option we would have at that choice for the property is put a tobacco shop or something along those lines, which I'm sure is not appealing to the neighborhood either. So we already discussed it today. We tried to list the property for the past 4 years. We've been taking a hit on the, negative impact on that Fuddruckers being empty for several years right now, almost 4 years. And unfortunately, the restaurants, the only 2 restaurants that were interested to go there wanted a drive-through, and neighborhood association does not allow drive-through. And any other restaurants that would want to go there would probably ask for a liquor license because that's what they serve. And the rest of the interests were within the tobacco shops and CBD shops, which there's already 2 in the area. So I'm sure if that was the use, it would have been approved. But it's again not something that neighborhood association wants. So I understand that there is a hard opposition from them on what they want to go there, but I just want to remind you that we're only asking to be allowed to run the business as we run anywhere else in our locations, and it is an allowed use, and our use and our business model is the same in every location, and that's what we want to do here with this property that we've been owning since 2018 and only have a negative outcome or of property taxes and everything else that we have to pay and not recover.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Melton.
Yes, and I failed to mention that, but one of my concerns is we could get something worse than the Mega Saver. That's my biggest. I'm not a big proponent of the tobacco shops and the CBD. Am I pronouncing that right? I don't know. We're going to have potentially medical marijuana on our ballot coming up. I do think that any one of those things would be worse than having a gas station. So, and they would have the right to do that without getting our permission. to open up a giant vape shop. There's
We
an
have a lot of
obnoxious sign on the one on 114th and Dodge. Anyway, I actually would prefer Mega Saver over some of those other things in other ways. I really don't want anything right like that right there, but I would hope with the ACI overlay with the new zoning that I would assume we'll vote for, because we want that you will take extra efforts in making sure the landscaping is up to par. We don't have as big of a giant sign. I mean, I don't think children looking out and seeing a gas station from a library is a big thing. They go to the gas station with their parents and, hope to be able to go in and get a candy bar when they run in with them. So I don't see kids saying that. But I also want to remind people what we fought many years ago, or tried to fight. But we had the after hours club or strip club, which was just right next door. That would also be worse. And they don't have to necessarily get a liquor license either because they can't sell liquor. So there could be a lot worse things going in at that corner. I don't like this either. I don't really like that it's a Mega Saver. But you do fall under the area where we would approve a liquor license. Again, if a restaurant on this corner was asking for a liquor license, just like Fuddruckers had a liquor license. It was approved by this council. We would approve it if it was a Fuddruckers or a Charleston's or a Big Fred's or anything else. We would be approving
Not from the audience,
the liquor
please.
license. And I believe most of them at their bar area do serve shots. So, again, I wish you weren't going in here. I wish you would take a second look at another area to go build another Mega Saver. But whether we deny it today or not, I do believe with the Liquor Commission, they don't have any statutory reason to deny it. So, thanks for coming down.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any further lights. Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. No. Harding.
Yes.
Hug.
Pass.
Johnson.
No.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
No.
Hug.
No.
Motion failed 3-4.
Thank you all for your testimony and for coming down today.
Thank you.
Council members, one clarification too by the city clerk. That motion to approve failed. If a council member wishes to have a recommendation to oppose the liquor license as an instruction to the city attorney, that motion must now be made.
So a motion to oppose the liquor license. I make a motion to deny the liquor license.
I'll second that.
Thanks, Mr. President.
So there's a motion to deny and a second as a matter of official record. No further lights. Roll call.
Bagley.
Aye.
Harding. Hug. Johnson.
No.
Melton.
Oh,
Or
I'm
Johnson.
sorry.
Yeah, I was like-
My apologies. Go ahead and.
For point of clarification, who are you asking for an
This is Johnson, and it's for the denial.
I'm in support of the denial.
Okay, so yes. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Oh.
Are you sure that's?
Sorry, it was a motion to deny, so
Yeah.
I am a
So,
no.
No. That's
Yes.
fine. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
And Hug.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion passed. Wait.
The motion did
No.
not pass. And
Motion did not pass.
And so for clarification, the application is not approved, but there is no recommendation to the State Liquor
Correct.
Commission. Okay,
That's
just want to make
what's
that
going-
clear for
That's
everybody.
what's going down now. It'll be a no recommendation. All right.
Thank you.
Did you?
That was, I got totally confused now. It was 4-3. It did not, my motion failed 4-3.
Yes. So for those that are here and engaged on this issue, I want to make sure you understand what just happened. The motion to approve the license failed, and so we went through a procedural motion by which to actually recommend a denial to the State Liquor Commission, which also failed. So the liquor license at the city council level is not approved, but it goes to the State Liquor Commission with no recommendation. Okay? Thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay, council members, without objection, we're going to bring item number 88 up to the top of the agenda now for public hearing due to some time constraints of some key staff members that are here to address that item. So without objection, we'll have the public hearing on number 88. Madam Clerk.
Item 88, an ordinance to approve the purchase and sale agreement with Mutual of Omaha Insurance Company for the parking garages generally located at 3202 Harney Street, 115 South 35th Street, and 225 South 33rd Street in an amount of $52,230,000. A's Communication in opposition.
The public hearing on number 88 is today. We'll first have a presentation from Ms. Taylor.
Good morning, Councilman. Jennifer Taylor, City Law Department. As we discussed briefly this morning, I'm going to go over just kind of the general terms of this purchase agreement and kind of how we got to here. If you recall, the Urban Core Strategic Plan and the Urban Core Housing Mobility Redevelopment Plan that we have approved, both of them contemplate what we would consider to be a kind of a robust or comprehensive and consistent parking system to be deployed throughout the urban core. As part of the redevelopment agreement that the city entered into and was approved by this body in June of 2022, Mutual of Omaha agreed to convey to the city the 3 parking facilities that are located in or near their headquarters and the Midtown Crossing campus. The acquisition of these parking facilities will allow the city to further those goals of efficiently providing concentrated parking solutions within the core and along the streetcar route. City management of those parking facilities ensures that parking is provided in an economic manner that is appropriate and necessary for the use of the general public, providing for cross-parking opportunities, and allows us to maximize the revenue that we can generate from those facilities. As part of the redevelopment agreement that was approved with Mutual, we had agreed to acquire those stalls or those garages for $15,000 a stall. About a year and a half ago, the city had a consultant tour, review, and analyze those facilities and gave us a report on their condition. The 3 facilities are generally in good condition with some minor wear and tear and some repairs needed. In acknowledgement of that, we had a slight reduction in the purchase price, so we're looking today at about $14,500 a stall is what we are proposing to acquire the facilities for. As we go through the process of closing and transferring ownership of these facilities, which I'll go through the timing of that here in just a second, the city's same consultant will then tour each facility prior to closing and ensure that the facilities are being maintained in the same condition they are today. Mutual has warranted and assured the city that they will continue to maintain and take care of those facilities so that there is no additional wear and tear or deterioration. So they'll be maintained in the current condition and conveyed to the city in the condition that they exist when they were last reviewed by the consultant. We will have a consultant review them again before we transfer ownership. The 3 stalls or the 3 parking facilities that we're looking at today, we refer to very creatively as ramps A, B, and C. Ramp A is located just south of Harney Street. It's the one that goes along behind the office building and the apartments and the retail that's along Harney. That garage is actually currently used and is actually highly utilized by both apartment dwellers, office users, and the general public using retail. So that garage has 1,803 stalls. The city proposes to acquire it for $26 million, and we will close on or before September 1st of 2025. That garage, like I said, does have some certain existing lease agreements with the apartment holders, has permits with office users. We will assume all of those agreements, and then we will continue to, once we close on it, incorporate that facility into the Park Omaha system. The second garage is what we refer to as Ramp B. Ramp B is the large facility that is located just west of Mutual's headquarter building. So it's surrounded by some surface parking stalls and faces Dodge Street. That garage has 1,119 stalls. We will acquire it for approximately $16 million, and we will close on or before March 31st, 2026. There is some underground access to the headquarters building, so we've got some party wall agreements that you'll also see in the documents before you today that go along with that purchase agreement. The benefit to that garage is there's a lot of development that is proposed for or can be done in that immediate area, including those surface parking lots and up and along the road there in Blackstone. So the city looks at this garage as being a good opportunity to provide city-managed public parking to support future development in that immediate area. So I think there's a lot of a great opportunity to utilize that garage and utilize it well. The last ramp is what we call Ramp C. and that is the ramp that goes around the horseshoe at Midtown Crossing, supports the hotel, Woolner's, and the condos that are located along that horseshoe. It has 660 stalls, and the purchase price is approximately $9.6 million. Again, we look to close on that on or before March 31st, 2026. What we can do with this purchase agreement here today is that we can assure that we can acquire these garages so we can start to plan for them, both financially and to bring them into our system. And then we can utilize the fact that we know we'll have those facilities as the new development comes along. We can say to future developers, you can provide parking on your site, or you can utilize, we have public parking that will be available because we will control it and it'll be available for you. So it allows us to facilitate that development. However, the timing also does allow us to kind of let that development come before we actually acquire the garages. So we will be acquiring them in between the end of 25 and the beginning of 26. It's generally a summary of what is before you. I think it's a 200-page document with lots of different attachments, but if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any other proponents on number 88 that want to speak?
Mr. President, members of the council, Jason Lanahaw with Lanahaw Real Estate Company, 17070 Wright Plaza. I believe Ms. Taylor did a good job at summarizing what's before you, and I just wanted to let you know that both myself and Mr. Larry Jobin are here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you. Other proponents?
Luke Schroer, 415 Leavenworth Street, apartment 366. I actually didn't think I would be here long enough to speak on this one, so I don't have anything written down, but I'm a proponent of this. But I would like to draw attention to the $52 million price tag. We've tied our own hands by the car-dependent developments that we've done in this city, but we have to acknowledge that, and I think this would be beneficial if we can use future developments, if we can mitigate the requirements, the minimum parking requirements. That's going to help out smaller businesses instead of having to come up with parking spots. If we can allocate some of those requirements to a city-owned parking garage, I think that's a benefit. But just know going forward that we have done this to ourselves, and that's why I always advocate for walkable, bikeable, mixed-use neighborhoods, so we don't have to keep spending big-ticket items, repairing roads, and buying infrastructure like this. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other proponents?
Opposing?
Proponents. I don't think I see any, so now we will do opponents.
Mike, I hate to keep making you move here, young man. Excuse me now. You want to go first?
Yeah, I'll let you go first.
Donnie R. Johnson, the Johnson Equestrian Foundation, and sometimes I get a chance to work with members of Congress on Homeland Security, and one of the things I have a problem with Mr. Larry here
So
and his
Donnie, this
equipment.
has to be to the garage purchase at Mutual of Omaha property, right?
But I'm only concerned about the heavy equipment going in these areas around town.
That's not what we're talking about with number 88.
Yeah, you're going to be bringing equipment to build this, right?
No, this is a garage purchase.
Oh, you know what I got confused at? When I had to tell Dan Welch he wasn't as smart as he thought he was.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents?
Anthony Cato, 2596 Crown Point. I'm opposed to this for a couple of various reasons, but one of them is the history of Mutual of Omaha as a whole. They've held the city hostage more than times than I can imagine. I'll point out to one of the major properties, the attachments that they had at Turner Boulevard, 30th and Turner Boulevard. A lot of you remember that. They tore down a historic building that said they had to have, that they were going to utilize for parking. Nothing sits on that site. Nothing at all. We as citizens of this city have given them more inches of property and our tax money, and we really haven't got all the true benefits that we deserve. I don't see the necessary purchase of one of the particular parcels for future investment or future development. If there's a clear-cut plan for what's going to be there that will utilize that, then I would have no opposition to it. but the history of Mutual of Omaha as a whole, holding the city and citizens hostage for when they want a project to be built or developed and then try to cash back in. I think it's time for us to cash back in on them by saying, why don't you pay us back for 31st Street that you took out? Why don't you pay us back for some of the destruction or the lack of construction, which you made Turner Boulevard and the park your project piece, but now you're abandoning to move downtown. I don't see the necessary means that you keep coming back to this city council and the citizens and saying, hey, give us this, we'll give you that. We're shiny over here, but we're about to take something out your back pocket. We've got to stop that once and for all. Maybe this time you say, do something charitable. Donate those garages to the public for future use, and then maybe won't be so apprehensive for some of the projects that you do develop. Because you guys got a lot of money. You don't need any more of us. You get money every day from us as citizens, as insurance holders, travel agents. I can go down the list, but I can point to where you took a perfectly good building that was on the historic registry, you tore it down to the ground, you promised to build something there, and you gave us nothing. Now you're back again saying, hey, we'll sell you this that we developed if you give us $52 million. I'm saying, why don't you be charitable and say, you know what, it's a gift. You keep using Turner Park for Jazz on the Green and other functions, and we'll eat this one time. I think that's only a fair thing for citizens to ask from Mutual of Omaha, besides using our name. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents to number 88? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was a question on the floor that Mr. Cato brought up regarding, is there a plan to know what we're going to do with that area? If we could speak to that question that was raised by Mr. Cato.
Jennifer Taylor, City Law Department. As far as the area, in particularly the old Clorinda Page site, or in general around the area?
Mr. Cato, can you restate your question?
And I can answer both, so it's fine. There are a number of, I would say, vacant lots, or at least empty and future development sites that are immediately adjacent or very near the proposed, the garages that we're proposing to purchase. Some of them are currently undergoing due diligence by the property owners and the developers to develop those sites for a variety of different uses. So I know that, although I cannot be specific about exact projects, I do know that there are developers who are actively working today to develop all of those sites that are in the immediate area that are vacant. And it is part of the plan both that the city has put forth that is being done to finance the streetcar, as well as the redevelopment plan that we have that applies to this area that establishes ground rules and proposals for how we can redevelop all of those sites. So yes, there are development plans in the works.
Okay, Ms. Taylor, first of all, I'd like to thank you for being coming before us today and explaining what we're looking at in terms of a vote today. However, constituents in my community in which I serve are oftentimes asking for the city to be more transparent and more forthcoming regarding all of these development. And so for members that I serve, there's a lot of chaos, there is a lot of concern, even fear, if you will, regarding what the city is doing. So just to minimize all of those whispering thoughts, even thoughts of eminent domain, even thoughts of just snatching parcels, things of those are all things that happen in my community. And those are all questions that happen in my community. And unfortunately, when that question is asked about development and there is no answer that I, as a representative, can give for feedback to support, or not support the city, that leaves me with nothing, and it just creates this atmosphere of fear. So can you be a little bit more clear regarding Mr. Cato's question regarding what's being proposed to be there in those spaces? We hear development is going to be there, but if we use a case in point, which is at 72nd and Dodge, the crossroads, there has been 3 or 4 different development plots there, but nothing actually happened. So can you help us in terms of satisfying some of the needs that the citizens are having in these areas of Omaha regarding what might be there?
I can try to speak additionally to areas in Blackstone and Midtown Crossing that are adjacent to these parking facilities. Are you also asking about Crossroads or other areas in the city, or are we looking at just Midtown Crossing and Blackstone?
Well, I believe Mr. Cato was asking about Mutual of Omaha's intention of the area in which they are about to do something, and there's a lot of hysteria in the area regarding what will be there, and we don't know that. It's a secret. It appears to be a secret, or it appears to be some backyard dealings and things of that nature, and we're just asking for clarification.
Okay, I'm not. So what I can share is one, I'll put out that the city does not own the old Clarinda Page site. The city does not own some of the other vacant parcels that are in the area. They are owned by either private entities or they are controlled by developers. So the city is not necessarily in control of those development plans. However, oftentimes developers will approach the city and have initial conversations with either the mayor's office, the planning department, the finance department, and public works to start to do due diligence on those sites to see what they can be developed for. Some of those conversations have begun with regard to several of those sites immediately adjacent to these parking facilities. So what I can say is that there is active, significant, viable, and real interest in developing those parcels in a number of different ways. I cannot speak exactly to what each property owner intends to do. Oftentimes real estate transactions will stay confidential and private while they're being negotiated and while those plans are being prepared. The city oftentimes is allowed to keep those things confidential until those plans are ready to be publicly provided. And when they are, we are more than happy to share them. So to the extent that those initial due diligence conversations are ongoing and actively ongoing, I can assure you that they are. Specifics about what is going to be done on each parcel, the Clarinda Page parcel, or any of the other adjacent and vacant parcels, I do not have that information except to assure you that those conversations are ongoing.
Thank you. And Mr. Cato, did that satisfy your question?
Absolutely not. And here's why. Mutual of Omaha initially started off by tearing down certain buildings around 31st and Turner Boulevard. And then they projected these nice new condominium townhomes, apartments, and retail business. And as you know, just recently, if you go up Farnham Street, there are several of the businesses have closed. That revenue that was being generated for the public is gone. They are now, the main revenue comes at times when you have special events in Turner Park or Jazz on the Green or movies. We've been promised so many different things by Mutual of Omaha. And again, I'm going to go back to the Clarinda building on 30th and Turner Boulevard. Mutual of Omaha promised that they had to have this for parking purposes. They tore down a lot of businesses that were along that stretch, from Godfather's to JB's to the convenience store. I can go down the list. There's a list of businesses. Even when I've heard rumors that they even tried to get the Romeo building. But my point is this: every time they come and ask the city council for something, it is granted. Not this. I can't say this city council for sure, but as a whole, the city council has granted their wishes to big business. Now big business has an opportunity, even though they wanted to move downtown and they bamboozled us and forced it down our throats because they know that the vote was not to have a streetcar. They know that. It's on the record. And now a state senator is even questioning that it should be voted on again because the mayor says she has all the votes, but she didn't have the vote of the people. She just had the vote of the city council, and she had Mutual of Omaha in their back pocket. Now, I'm saying to you as a citizen, I am sick and tired of us bailing them out by giving our hard money to them. Why don't you ask them, hey, why don't you donate that property? Be philanthropic. Be like Rockefeller, Cartier. I can go down the list of folks that can do some things. But the one thing I don't think is worth $52 million to say, we gave you this property the first time, and now we're going to get it back in a hoodwink. We've been bamboozled once before. I'm tired of getting hoodwinked. I'm tired of getting tricked. As a citizen, as a taxpayer, I demand more of my city council saying, hey, maybe we ought to have some more negotiations in this. Maybe we can cut down on it. Maybe you give us a little something, we'll give you a little something besides a $230 million tower downtown or a highly expensive streetcar that nobody in the general public seems to want, but the city council wanted, the mayor wanted, and some other folks saying, it might be nice. Who are we trying to copy? We're not Kansas City. We're not Minneapolis. We're not Memphis. This is Omaha, Nebraska. We are better than that. We can do better than that. And I say that because you can go a couple blocks over, Old Richard Young Hospital. We could recruit the best and brightest people to run it for our mentally ill people that we can house. Substance abuse. I could go down the list. But if we don't start challenging these people to do more for us and stop taking from us, we're going to keep paying them hard-earned money that they're making hand over fist every day. Every single day. And if you can't tell me what project you're going to put in there, because I'm really concerned now, what are you going to do with that old building? What is the intent? You're talking about development around there. Dodge Street and Farnham are already congested as is. The Blackstone District is congested as it is. What are you going to do? Literally. You got a big tall building that's probably about, 28 stories feet? And you got a big round rotunda cafeteria downstairs. You tore down the Teletrip building. You tore down the other hotel building. What are you going to do with it? But now you want us to say, give us $52 million and we'll give you 3 parcels back. Maybe you ought to give it to us with a little bit cheaper price. And then tell us what you're going to do with it on the side. Because if you're not, you're just tricking us again, taking our hard-earned money, and you're coming before the council saying, see what we got over here? Taking it out your back pocket in the rear. Gotta stop that. That's unnecessary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
Thank you. Jennifer, there you are, sorry. These are probably some questions that I'm not sure you even need to stand because we talked about them, I think, at pre-council and in previous conversations, but these will be purchased with lease purchase bonds, correct?
We will be using lease purchase bonds, and they'll be funded through the Parking Enterprise Fund.
Right, which was going to be the next part of what I was going to say is that all our parking facilities are in an enterprise fund, and the funds or the revenue generated by the parking fund is what goes to repay the bonds, the lease purchase bonds on these.
Correct, and that's why it's actually important that the city has the ability to control these parking facilities, because if we control them, we set the rates, we take the revenue, we can make sure that they are efficiently managed and that they are utilized to the best of their to the best of their use. Mm-hmm. So we can make the most amount of money off of them.
Okay. And then the last thing I haven't personally walked the garages, and that's why I asked you earlier if Walker was involved in the valuation of the facilities. And we had some discussion at pre-council today about the per stall price, mm-hmm. which is somewhere around $14,000 and change mm-hmm. per stall. And I know we've talked about if you were building new construction for structured parking, above grade is probably $35,000 per stall. If you're going below grade, then you're probably pushing up 50. And so the point is that I think it seems to be a pretty fair deal on this. And as you said, even though there's a delayed closing or phased closing on the 3 different facilities, that there's an obligation by the current owners to maintain those, and we will have a final walkthrough to make sure that nothing further has changed or any material changes have taken place that might affect the purchase price.
That is correct. So Walker Consultants performed a review of the facilities in late 2022, I think, and it's referenced in these documents. So Mutual is obligated to maintain them in the condition that they were in when Walker reviewed them at that time, and the report's actually attached to the agreement and in your documents. So Walker will then review them prior to closing and transfer to ensure that they are in the consistent condition they were when the report was initially done.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Begley.
Thanks, Mr. President. Jenna, we talked this morning, and I won't make you do the math again, but how many, I did some not fuzzy, but real math, I believe it's 3,592.
3,582 is what my calculator said, but we're close.
All right.
Again, you know, math is not always, I do lawyer math, so.
All right, fair enough. So that's parking, and Mr. Harding mentioned, if we were to build parking garages, the cost is gonna be a lot more than what's before us here today in the $52,230,000.
Significantly more, and so
Okay.
if we can manage these properties, these garages well, then actually they can be revenue producing from day one.
In this item number 88, this ordinance is required by the original project redevelopment agreements, is that correct?
It is was contemplating the original redevelopment agreement. It is pursuant to a separate agreement because we had to negotiate the specific terms, which is how we got to a slightly lower purchase price and establish some closing dates.
Okay, thanks for that. And Mr. Landhall's here, you don't gotta get up, but I, in the heart of my district is, well, thanks for being here today, Mr. Landhall.
My pleasure.
The Mutual of Omaha campus right there and the other properties you own. I'm counting on you in Mutual when you get your headquarters built downtown, that piece of property is not gonna be sitting dormant or look like a ghost town like the Civic Auditorium site when we got the beautiful CHI. The city's still working, and hopefully that's gonna get rolling down there on 19th Street and Capitol. Mutual, you guys is investing in Omaha and your headquarters downtown. Is it fair to say, and am I confident to say that we can count on you guys of your properties at your campus and other properties you own, that those were gonna be developed for the urban core? And by the way, Blackstone, I see Mr. Oberst is here, tremendous growth in that area. Just to the west of the Cottonwood Hotel, there's new apartments going in, a new parking garage. It's gonna be great. It's going vertical. Traffic kind of sucks up there right now, but that's the price of progress. So back to my point on the great growth and even going further west at the Med Center, Catalyst, all that growth. So I'm gonna go back to pivot to Mutual. Can we count on Mutual? And I'm confident in you that those areas that you own are gonna be developed.
Yeah, so Councilman Begley, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on it. So can you be confident? The answer is yes, and I think you're gonna see some stuff pretty soon. I wanna clarify one piece though. At present time, Mutual of Omaha is not intending to develop adjacent to it. We are. So I wanna be clear about that. So when I say you can be confident, you have my word. And we are out in the market right now pricing a pretty significant building right there so we can finish our underwriting. We're also working on a separate project right now, and Ms. Johnson, you had asked about what, but you know, we're hopeful that we can talk to you in specific soon, and we will be down in front of you for these projects like any other project. But Councilman Begley, yes, you can have a high level of confidence. You're gonna, as representing that district, you're gonna very much enjoy what's gonna occur down there.
Appreciate that. Thanks for clarifying that for me, Mr. Lanahaw. And I know the Catalyst project, it's not you guys, but
Yep.
west of Saddle Creek down there, right down from my house, traffic is very challenging, but that is due to the price of great progress we're making, and the Med Center has got great plans. So this is all part of the tentacles that I get excited about in my district and the urban core that we're developing, and we're bringing growth and we're bringing jobs. And that's a great thing, not only for my district, but also the city of Omaha and the state of Nebraska. And I want to continue to support that. And on this motion, just a public hearing today, but I appreciate you coming down. Thanks.
And I appreciate it. If I can make one more comment. When we were down here for the redevelopment agreement originally, it kind of contemplated three pieces of it. One was a tower downtown, two was the redevelopment of this area, and three, which is adjacent to it, was the streetcar, which allows both of those things to happen. So the tower's obviously going, and it's on schedule, and everything's going good down there. Our master planning efforts and working on specific buildings are already started on the Midtown effort. So as far as I'm concerned at this stage, it's all good, and it's all great progress, and everything's on track from all fronts.
Thank you. Ms. Melton.
Thank you. I just had just kind of a comment. I always look when I look at these projects, I always first look, how are we going to pay for them? And it was brought up, their lease purchase bonds, and then how are we going to pay those bonds? And what the parking garages do, especially when you're getting parking garages kind of at this price, which is actually a very good price. I could call Jason or back up to testify that. Could you at least state that $14,500 per stall is extremely reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, so there are many versions of what a parking garage is, but the cheapest above ground, open air, wide span, precast garage would be over double this today.
And then what we said is we just don't purchase this for $52,000. Now we've thrown it away. We charge, and I mean these parking garages, at least 2 of them are being used. I know 1 maybe not so much, but I mean I use the one that's when I go to Walners, I pull right in and I'm using it. So these are being used by not only people that live there, visit there, work there during the day, but then also visit maybe in the evening. So they're revenue generating. So when you actually get a better deal on these parking garages, and like Jennifer said, we should be able actually to make revenue on day 1, but this revenue all goes into an enterprise fund. We have multiple garages. Jennifer, how many parking garages does the city have? Do you know? I may be asking a question that you don't know.
Not entirely sure. It would be a better question for Hannah, but I'm going to
estimate
Park 1 through 8 downtown, plus the few more that we're bringing on. I'm going to go somewhere with 15. Steve, do you have? Yeah, sure.
Okay, but that's where I mean, and all the revenues go in there, pay for the bonds, pay for the maintenance, and actually our enterprise fund is very flush.
Correct.
But this would be another way for the revenues that will have revenue generating. So again, this isn't, we aren't putting our hands, I think somebody said in my back pocket, we're not putting our hands in any of the taxpayers' pockets. These garages pay for themselves. So the city is in the parking business.
We are
so
in the parking business.
And this
yes.
is a very smart way when you're running a business, when you can purchase garages like this, that will increase your revenues based upon the money that you're paying for it. It's a good business decision. So not only will it help development, which again will be sales tax, potential hotel tax, I mean the various depending on what it is going in, which I also understand real estate developers when they're trying to make deals and they have clients, and Brinker probably gets it as a commercial developer. You don't do that on the front page of the World Herald. You have to talk to the people because you got to wait until the agreements are actually made. Private people don't negotiate out in public. So, and the city has to be cognizant of that, and we don't want to violate that kind of trust with the developers. When they're ready, they'll announce, and we have to make sure that we respect that. But I just think this is a good business decision on the part of the city.
Correct. That's all correct. And then to just reinforce the point you made, as we move parking into parking structures away from surface parking, those surface parking lots, like Mr. Lanahaw referenced, can be utilized for development. So now those lots, which aren't generating a great deal of revenue for the city, can all of a sudden start generating a significant amount of both property tax, sales tax, use tax revenue. And then the parking facilities that we have and that we're purchasing today will support that development. So it actually helps us make even more money.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Mr. Lanahaw? I'm Jason. Hey.
Yes.
How are you?
Great. Yourself?
Good. I understand fully what is before us here at City Council in terms of what we're voting on today. Again, I have to reiterate the emphasis on perception, public perception. I know for a fact that organizations such as Mutual of Omaha, Fortune 500 company, have moved to a area of focus of what their environmental print will look like. In other words, how what they do, how does that measure up to the people that they are serving? And so when I bring up points of view regarding how constituents that I serve are concerned about that footprint, and I have no backbone, no relevancy, no information to validate what is around the corner, that makes it very difficult. I also know that big organizations such as Mutual of Omaha really don't want that type of negative imaging going on in the community about them. And Mr. Cato simply brought forward to us that that image is circulating. Do you have anything you would like to add at this time regarding that?
Well, I appreciate the opportunity. Councilmember Johnson, I think the first comment, I want to be careful, and I did the same thing with Councilmember Bagley. I don't speak for Mutual of Omaha. I'm not Mutual of Omaha Corporation. We've been engaged to help develop their tower and redevelop their spaces. So I want to be clear on that front. So I'll speak for myself.
Okay, but you have been given the opportunity to represent them, so.
Understood. Understood. So I can't speak to a larger public perception. I can speak to the concept of, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to, and I'm not intentionally not answering your question. I think I'm going to have a difficult time answering it, but I'm trying to. The entire concept of urban redevelopment is generally what's happening here with the streetcar separate issue, or adjacent issue, let's call it, the parking structures, freeing up surface stalls and underutilized land that is basically paying next to nothing in real estate taxes into the city, and using all these tools to actually do a dense development that benefits the entire city and the coffers of the city. And so we are in the first inning, for a baseball analogy, of all that. Actually, we're beyond that. I mean, we've laid it out. We got a master plan and working on a couple projects. I think there are a lot of really great things coming on in the area. Nothing but positive stuff for the city, for every district, not just Councilman Bagley's district. And so I think there's some really good things to come. I don't know how to respond to somewhat of a, Mr. Cato had kind of a general vague assertion, and I just don't know how to respond to that, and that's me being sincere.
Would you take my conversation, my question back to your CEO?
Sure.
Because I welcome that discussion, because as the representative, I understand that there is a certain amount of secrecy, if you will, that you need to do when you're doing negotiations. But I believe my role would allow me to have some access to some information with the preference of not disclosing that. That would make it more palatable for me to continue to market Mutual of Omaha in a good way, which again goes back to what I was saying earlier regarding public image.
Yeah.
And right now, that public image, I bring back to you, remember when the library was scheduled to be knocked down and there was all of that conversation that went down. It was all about how we managed that messaging about what we were doing and how we were doing it. And now we're again trying to move something else forward without the consideration of the people, if you will. Again, Mutual of Omaha being the organization that it is, I know for certain that when they submit their security exchange reports, they're talking about how they're making a footprint into the community.
Understood. What I can reiterate is that the development we're talking about that's surrounding it is right now intended to be my company's development, not Mutual of Omaha's. So I'm happy to have conversations with you about what Lanahaw Real Estate Company would be doing around it. I won't, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to talk about confidential information in a public setting like this until it is before you for your consideration.
And I
Obviously in a-
respect that.
Obviously, in a private setting, you and I have had many private conversations, and I think you know this, I'm always willing to have those.
I agree.
Yeah.
Thank you. And
appreciate it.
Mr. Cato, you have your hand there.
Anthony Cato, 2596 Crown Point. One of the points I want to address, Ms. Milton, you said something that was very, very unique, and you said, I was talking about the back pocket, and you're talking about how the bonds are being paid. Who pays the revenue back on those bonds? First and foremost. And secondly, did we give Mutual of Omaha TIF money? I believe we did. They didn't get any TIF money for any project, not from this board, but I'm pretty sure they got TIF money for some of the other projects around that development of Turner Boulevard.
There's no such thing as TIF money.
TIF?
Right, they're loans. So there's not money. There is no money given to people.
Okay, so they what did they get, a tax break, or are they generate money on the
We
backside?
don't take questions to council members. The
I'm
is-
sorry,
The floor
because-
is Ms. Johnson's, yeah.
So my concern is, I believe that there's some backdoor stuff going on. And when I say my hand in the back pocket, that's exactly what I mean. Because if anybody comes and asks for TIF, and they come before this council, they have to come before the council to ask for TIF money. Now, I don't know if they get actual funds. I'm not going to argue that point. But they're asking for something from us as citizens and taxpayers, and the city council is granting that to them for future. The key word is future. We know that if these buildings were bought today, you're not gonna go build a brand new parking lot around that area. You're not gonna tear down what's already existing. That's first and foremost. Secondly, when I'm saying I'm asking them to give something back philanthropically, because we've already given them something in the front end. Now they're going back around and coming through the back door again, asking for us to give them something back. They can't keep robbing us 2 for 1. That's the sale. 2 for 1. We'll give you this bright, shiny thing now. Later on, we're going to come back and ask for something else and then we'll tell you we'll give you something else new. And that's what they've been going back and forth for a long time. I can count back almost 20 years. I've lived in this community. I've seen what they've gotten and not really given anything back except for when they want something new. And if they keep, Mr. Landhall, I'm not going to dispute that you might have some great projects coming down the road, but you could tell this city council as to why you want to sell these parking garages to us, because I know initially somebody got something out of it that wasn't totally beneficial to the citizens. And you have some ideas or projects that you could tell that say, hey, this is as a good investment. I don't see it as a better investment to the point of $52 million. If you said, philanthropically, we'll give you these 3 garages, which you say the city manages, and they get a fee from, because if not, they're not being used for Jazz on the Green or special events, they're pretty much going to sit dormant for most of the year, because some of them right now, if it isn't Jazz on the Green or a special event, have been dormant. Some of the duplex or the townhomes up there have been dormant. Some of the businesses, the movie theater's no longer there. They just closed one of the deli shops up there on that corner. They're not being utilized. So you can't tell me as a citizen who says, I'm going to give my city council the authority to give you $52 million for 3 parking garages, and we're going to get our money right off top, that money is not being taken out of my back pocket at some point. It's been done. Because if you didn't, you wouldn't have closed 31st Street. You wouldn't have built all these other things around it in construction. It does not make logical sense. You cannot sit here today and ask for $52 million for projects that have already been built, and then we didn't get anything for it. And now we're going to give you $52 million to tell us, okay, you can have these back. We'll go get something else, and we'll be back before you asking for TIF money or a discount or a tax break at the expense of citizens. They're tired of their property taxes being so high. They're tired of certain areas of the country being blighted, of the city being blighted. They want development. I respect that. But at what cost? There's got to be a stop to it. We've got to put a stopgap on it. We've got to demand better from big businesses, because if they keep holding us hostage, and I can tell you, Mutual of Omaha and Creighton are the two biggest offenders. Clearly, they've closed streets, they've torn down buildings, they've removed people from homes. At what cost? They're no longer there. I can point to it from 29th to almost 33rd. There are certain buildings that are no longer on Farnham Street.
So, Ms. Johnson, the floor is yours. But
And you can't miss it. You just cannot dispute that. And if that's not the case, when are we going to stop? I'm saying this, Mr. Fester, and I understand what you're saying, but I want the city council to realize that's very important as a taxpayer.
Got it.
Very important. And Ms. Johnson, I appreciate the time, but again, I would ask the question, what are you going to ask for in return besides this $52 million? Or what have we already given you? Enough is enough.
So, Mr. Lanahaw, I'm going to go ahead and support this, but I'm greatly concerned about where this is taking us. I understand the purchasing of the parking garages and things of that nature, but at the end of the day, I do have constituents that I have to answer questions to. And in all fairness, I should be equipped and knowledgeable about where this destination point is going to arrive. But I have had conversations with you, and I trust that you will disclose with me going on at the end of the day, because I need that information, because it's going to continue to pop up and pop up and pop up. And there's so many unanswered questions. And in the role that I play as city council member, I should have some latitude of disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. There's no further lights on this item. So now we'll go back to our regular agenda, which is number 13, Madam Clerk.
Item 13, a resolution to approve the preliminary plat for Sanctuary Ridge Replat 1 with a waiver to Section 5384D lot frontage located north of West Center Road and Sanctuary Ridge Drive. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
The public hearing and vote on number 13 is today. Proponents, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Larry Jobin, 11440 West Center Road, appearing on behalf of the developer. Just simply here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Looks like Hug stepped out. Johnson.
It's a motion to approve number 13.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Item 14, a resolution to approve the preliminary plat for Stargrass Acres located at 6820 Northern Hills Drive. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 14 is today. Proponents, please.
Elizabeth Hunter, engineer and planner with Snyder and Associates at 11850 Nicholas in Omaha. I am Keith Edquist here for the project and here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. A quick question, not necessarily for you, Elizabeth, but maybe for Mr. Fanslaw. This residential redevelopment is just to the north of the recent North Omaha Airport discussion we had, so I assume all those conditions are being followed here, and we've thought about maximum heights in addition to the tree replacement and canopy we're talking about?
Dave Fanslow, City Planning, you are correct, yes.
Okay. And compliant from your perspective, too?
Yes, we are working with somebody at Lamprey Nearson to make sure we get the information to the planning department about the concerns with the height issues for the airport. And then we are working through the tree mitigation as required for this used to be a combined project, but now it's kind of split into two phases. So we're working on how we can do the tree mitigation in a phased approach. So that all will come in with the next set of plans for the final plat and construction drawings.
Okay, thank you. No further lights. Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Items 15 through 17 can be considered together for Wilbur Addition, Replat 2, located at 6030 South 60th Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval. Items 15 and 16, resolutions to approve the preliminary plat and final plat. Item 17, a resolution to approve the subdivision agreement.
Public hearing and vote on items 15, 16, and 17 are today. Proponents, please. Not for these items? Okay. All right. Good to have you prepared. Are there any other proponents that want to speak to these items? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearings are closed. Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
Motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 18, a resolution to approve a special use permit to allow a broadcast tower in the DR district with a waiver to section 55-108 height located northeast of 258th Plaza and West Center Road. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 18 is today. Proponents, please.
Hi, I'm Emily Maluski with Verizon Wireless, here to answer any questions on our proposed tower.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed.
Move the approval.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 19, a resolution to approve a special use permit to allow scrap and salvage services in the GI district located at 3838 South 108th Street. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing and vote on number 19 is today. Proponents, please.
Council members John Blumenthal, Baird Homes, 1700 Farnham Street. On behalf of applicant Nebraska Land Recycling, I've got Lance Brown from Nebraska Land Recycling here to answer any questions on operations, but otherwise I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any other proponents that want to speak? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Hug.
Mr. Blumenthal,
Yeah, sorry.
will there be a shredder used in this operation?
Will there be a shred, like I don't believe so, no. Yeah.
No shredder,
No
no
shredder, no.
compactor?
No,
Okay,
no.
all right, thank you.
Yeah, and operations are indoors, so.
Mr. Harding, you're recognized.
Mr. Blumenthal, just a couple quick questions. Truck traffic to this facility, I think this will be used for recycling.
Correct.
I think 108th Street from Center going south to this facility would be a restricted truck route. So will they be bringing their truck traffic in off of L Street from the south?
Off of L Street from the south?
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
off of
obviously
I, correct.
anything
Correct.
south of the interstate,
Correct.
north of the interstate.
They're aware
would
of the
be-
truck restrictions and have no plans to alter any truck traffic
Okay.
outside of that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. There's no further lights. Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
Motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you. There's been a,
Consent-
go ahead.
Consent agenda. Any member of the city council may cause any item placed on the consent agenda to be removed. Items removed from the consent agenda shall be taken up by the city council immediately following the consent agenda in the order in which they were removed unless otherwise provided by the city council rules of order.
There has been a request to remove number 20 off the consent agenda, so we'll do number 20 first.
I'll
do-
move to approve 21 through 23.
Well, I did call it number 20, but if everyone wants to do 21 first, we can do that. How about 21 through 23? There are no further lights? Was there a motion? No, 24 through 24. Yep. Okay, there's a motion, a second for 21 through 24. No further lights. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Now we'll call up number 20.
Item 20 is an ordinance to acquire private property for the Omaha streetcar project.
Council members, the public hearing on this item was already held. Ms. Johnson, your light is on. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Again, there is an overwhelming request for the city to be a little bit more transparent in their decision-making. This project, the Omaha Streetcar Project, I had initially, when it first taken off, and we voted on it being a streetcar project that we would encounter as a city, I mentioned at that time that I had asked for a little bit more transparency on when there would be light at the end of the tunnel for reliable public transportation on the east side of Omaha. And unfortunately, I was not able to arrive at a timetable in which we would agree as a city council, in order to meet the needs of individuals, especially those that are in marginalized communities. And so this item is in conjunction with that, and so it would be remiss of me to continue to support it when from the front out the gate. I had initially stated that I was not in support of the streetcar. I still am not in support of the streetcar for obvious reasons. Those reasons are there's no reliable public transportation east of Omaha. The route of this streetcar is designed to overlay, double, duplicate what is already in existence for public transportation as we rely upon the orbit. A 3-mile radius is not going to do anything for marginalized communities east of Omaha. And until we address that issue, until we can come up with a plan as to how we're going to provide relief for constituents in East Omaha, I'm sorry, I won't be able to support these things associated with the streetcar. So I will be voting in opposition to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Melton.
Thank you. I think there was a headline that made it sound like we were going to take buildings by eminent domain. But that's not the case. Who's going to speak to this? Do we have, I think Jennifer's gone. Mr.
Bob
Kuzy?
Stubbe, Public Works.
Or Bob?
Yes.
Okay, because is this, so I'm going to kind of turn it back to my district. When we have street widening, we just talked about it. 156, we did the massive street widening all the way into Brinker's district, all the way down to Pacific. I actually did a couple of the meetings with, when we had the neighborhoods, when we first started doing this. You actually have an entire department. They're fabulous people in your department that actually go to the property owners. And what this is they need to get easements or right-of-ways, because when we were expanding the road, we were taking some people's properties. We didn't take anyone's home. It was just like a couple feet on each side of the street is what we're doing. Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah, so if I can maybe just give a little bit of a recap. This is kind of standard practice for us. Anytime that Public Works, Bob Stubbe, Public Works again, when we do a project, whether it's a street project or a sewer project, we need to get authority from City Council to actually negotiate with property owners to access their property. In this particular case, I think there are 17 tracks that had been identified as part of the design. And so what the process that we go through is, of those 17 tracks, I think 15 of those tracks are temporary easements, which are necessary for construction purposes. And there are 3 tracks, and I know that adds up to 18, but there's one track that has 2 easements on it. One is temporary, one is permanent easement. And so of those 17 tracks, there are 3 what would be considered as permanent easements, and 2 of those permanent easements are with the DOT because we need to clean up some issues associated with access on Nebraska property down on the east side of the alignment, which is 8th Street. So what we go through is that we'll hire an appraiser. The appraiser will develop appraisals based on those temporary easements that are necessary, and then our staff within the design division will actually go out to the identified properties, communicate with the properties, provide appraisal based on the size of the parcels that are needed for construction of the project, and then we will negotiate with those property owners.
And I just want to be really clear, when you say negotiate with those property owners, you're talking about like a foot of land for an easement that you're gonna have to be on while you're building. Is that correct for 15 of those when it's temporary easements?
That is correct. So, you know, that can vary. I think one of the sizes is about 70 square feet. Could be 200 square feet, it could be 600 square feet. And again, that's all related to accessing private property to actually for construction purposes, and that's what a temporary easement is for.
Okay, so it's no different than when they were fixing the roads in my neighborhood and they used the islands that belong to Ridgefield.
Yeah.
You know, to store their equipment and to access the roads.
That is correct. And so it could be that, it could be a noise wall that goes up. We need to access private property to construct a noise wall. It could be when we go in and do a handicap ramp at an intersection and there's not enough area within the public right-of-way to actually comply with federal requirements for installing a handicap ramp, we need to access private property in order to be able to construct that particular handicap ramp. So again, it's common for us to use temporary easements in those particular situations, and property owners are compensated for that.
Okay. And the 2 permanent easements are gonna be with the Department of Transportation?
Yeah, there's 3.
It's state of Nebraska.
Correct. There's 3 permanent easements. 2 of the permanent easements are, I think, in proximity to 8th Street. DOT cannot find records dating back into the 60s that essentially identified the city having an easement for even the existing road and sewers that are down in that area. So this is essentially to clean up some language that allows for us to have that access, not only for the streetcar, but for sewer and existing roadway.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear as to what this was because I think it sounded like it was something that it wasn't.
Yeah, we are not taking any properties. There are no property acquisitions as part of this particular project. Again, majority of them are temporary easements for construction of the project itself.
It's kind of use. I kind of think of them as your use easements, temporary use easements.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
Thanks, Mr. President. So I don't disagree with some of what Councilmember Johnson said, but the streetcar is not a transit solution. It's an economic development tool. Mass transit is essential to make sure we're able to move people from areas of unemployment to areas of employment, and that's something we do have to work on. But this is not a Venn diagram in the sense that they don't intersect. They're mutually exclusive. I mean, but I will use the example of Metro or our mass transit system to talk about what this item is, and that is, for example, when I know there's not too long ago at 50th and Dodge, Metro needed an area for an expanded bus stop. And they worked with the property owner to acquire a portion of the right-of-way, and they were compensated for that. It did not take away from the business, and that's generally kind of an illustration of what this item really does. And it will not take away any business along the route. And in some cases where maybe a stop goes in, it may be beneficial to whatever, if there's a retail or some sort of commercial establishment there, that will benefit from the stop being there with people getting on and off. But this will not be a taking of people's properties. I think the key term in the language that we should all pay attention to is it says may. It does not say the city shall use eminent domain. It says the city may. And this is a very standard and customary procedure.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harding, for clarifying the difference between transportation and economics. We understand that. However, it still has a transportation element to it. So from that perspective, I still stand and say that there is a need for a rehauling of transportation, and it just stands to reason that since we are spending a lot of time, a lot of effort, and being very strategical about making sure that we provide transportation / economics by utilizing streetcar, that we would give that same amount of attention to transportation in East Omaha when we have marginalized communities that we serve as well. So again, I appreciate you acknowledging that transportation is something that we as a city should be working on. Unfortunately, I don't have a timeline, nor do constituents in the communities that I serve have a timeline on when that might be, when that situation might be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Begley.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. Stubbe, I guess a couple questions for you, if I may.
Bob Stubbe, Public Works.
This says, Mr. Stubbe, it provides the city negotiate with the property owners. I'm just curious, what's the notification process? How does that work with the city when we go negotiate these right-of-ways?
So in this particular case, I believe that the appraiser that we will hire to put together appraised amounts based on the square footage will make an initial contact via, I think, a letter indicating that they've been hired by the city to go through this effort. And then we have staff within the design division that are obviously trained, and they do this all the time. Will actually then make contact with the property owner, sit down with them, indicate exactly what is being done, whether it's a communication cable that might go underneath the ground, whether it's constructing a stop, whether it's putting in maybe power poles or overhead poles related to the streetcar, or whether it's putting in power systems and things like that. All of those types of things will be discussed with the affected property owner to let them know exactly what it is that they will be doing, and then also the cost of the appraisal amount, which then we give them the amount of time. Again, we follow the Uniform Act, so there's a standard process that we even have to go through, that we give them an opportunity to do their own due diligence and come up with a response back to us relative to that amount that's been determined.
Thank you, Bob. And I know the Omaha Public Power District, in my job there for 34 years, they have land rights right-of-way specialists that go out, and I'm assuming, Bob, OPPD, when they put distribution poles or switch gears or transmission poles, it's the same process that the city uses basically that OPPD does generally. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that would be correct. And again, in this particular situation, we're talking about right-of-way that is somewhat constricted, because you have property lines that actually right up next to the right-of-way line. So when you do a project within a built-up environment that we're dealing with on Farnham and Harney Street, you're somewhat restricted with regard to areas that you can actually access, versus maybe being way out in an area that's not developed. It's a lot easier to construct roadways within existing public right-of-ways.
Thanks. And that will be important, the notification when this process keeps moving forward, that businesses and property owners are properly notified and they will have that point person they can talk to about whatever the city is doing to negotiate for access, temporary or otherwise, if that's done transparently, and that'll be the process that we use.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. That's all I got, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, sir. I just want to continue that kind of line of questioning with Mr. Stubbe. So most of these are temporary. So I'm assuming that these temporary parcels, do we pay, I guess for better lack of terminology, a hassle factor for them? I mean, maybe we're just borrowing the property for a certain period of time. We're using it to for 9 months or something, and then it goes back to the owner. And then do we pay? Is that part of this that we pay?
Yeah, that's Bob Stubbe Public Works. So again, that's part of the reason why that we hire an appraiser to actually look at what the potential impacts would be and develop a cost associated with what that amount of square footage is that we're dealing with, and communicate with the property owner. And again, we're negotiating with the property owner, so we develop a cost. I think in this particular case, we will actually have a kind of a third-party reviewer to actually look at those amounts that we've come up with, and then run into a negotiation with the property owner.
Thank you for that. So I guess a question that comes up quite often in relation to the streetcar is a lot of constituents still believe that taxpayer money is going to be paying for the operation of the streetcar, for the construction of the streetcar, and we know the funding mechanism. But so on a deal like this, a construction easement where we're paying X amount of dollars, where will that money come from?
Again, the intent with regard to the streetcar itself and funding of the streetcar, that will be generated from bonds that are issued by finance that will be eventually paid off with the revenue received via those developments that occur along the streetcar line.
Will any of it come from the parking and mobility funds?
In this particular case, because it's a capital-related item, that it will not. But when we get into operations and maintenance associated with the streetcar, there's no question that will be funded through the enterprise fund.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't see any further lights. Is there a motion on this item? There's a motion, a second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1.
Council members, there's been a request to remove items 39, 44, 46, 50, 54, and 55 from the consent agenda. So first we'll do the public hearings on agenda items 25 through 38, 40 through 43, 45, 47 through 49, 51 through 53, and 56 through 60. I'm going to repeat that in case anybody's here to address those items. We'll now have the public hearings on agenda items 25 through 38, 40 through 43, 45, 47 through 49, 51 through 53, and 56 through 60. Is anyone here to address those items? Proponents or opponents? Seeing none, those public hearings are closed. Mr. Rowe, you're recognized.
For a little bit of a loop. So item number 32, I didn't notify you at pre-council, but I'm wondering if we could bring that off of the consent.
Okay.
Is that doable?
We will add that to the, off the consent and come back to that item.
Okay, 32.
So the public hearings on the rest of the items we were just listing are closed if there's a motion on those items. Thank you for tracking those numbers. There's a motion and a second to approve those items. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
So Madam Clerk, we'll go back to item number 32, correct?
Yep. Item 32, a resolution to approve change order number 2 with Hawkins Construction Company for additional work on the 72nd Street at D Bridge replacement project.
So the public hearing on number 32 is today. Are there any proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Rowe.
Thank you for accommodating me on that. I try to pay attention to these consent items, especially when it has to do with change orders on public works projects. And normally, in the weekend or at the end of the week, I contact the public works people and I get an explanation as to why the expense, what constituted the change order. This one in particular got my attention, and it's almost $1 million change order. It's about a 7% increase on the project that the bridge work at 72nd and D. It's for a railroad flagger. It's an expense to pay for railroad flaggers. And I'm wondering if Austin would come up and just kind of explain what this is about. It just seems to me to be a material increase in the contract that I'm curious about.
Thank you, Councilman. Austin Rouser, Public Works Department. It's a change order we're also fairly concerned about. This is work that's being added to the project at the request of Union Pacific Railroad. Obviously, we cross the railroad there on 72nd Street, and so we have an agreement with them where prior to the project, anytime we cross the railroad, we have to go to the railroad company for their approval. In years past, Union Pacific has provided flaggers for our projects that were part of a fee schedule and part of that initial approval for us to have those projects go through. There's been a change in practice recently. I don't know exactly when it took place, but they are now requiring that we go to one of their preferred suppliers to provide the flagging service. And so this is Hawkins Company, who's the contractor for the job, going to one of Union Pacific's suppliers and paying them to come and be the approved flagger under our agreement with Union Pacific Railroad for the project.
Okay, so it's not something that was in the original specs of the project?
No, it was not.
It's something that came up later?
It's an addition to the project.
Okay. It just seems to me, I'm trying to do the math, and the contract, the total contract was for 577 days was the expected construction period. And when I'm reading through this change order, it's for 720 days at $1,353 a day for a couple of guys to sit at the track and flag down trains, I guess.
Yeah.
And so I was curious. It caught my attention. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it caught my attention. I wanted to at least get your input on it. I know it comes up again later on in the agenda when we're talking about the Baby Bob Bridge.
Right. The discrepancy in days, I can tell you, is there have been delays to the project due to the flagging operations. There have been times when the work stoppages because of the flagging have been excessive and more than anticipated. And so that's resulted in some delays to the project at this point. So yeah, we have some concerns with the way this operation is going as well. It's a mandate by the railroad as part of our crossing agreement. It's their preferred supplier that's doing the work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hug.
So Austin, don't go away. Nice try, though. So we didn't have to incur this cost on the 42nd and D Street Bridge?
I don't believe we had a cost that was, I would have to check on that. I would have to go back and look. Offhand, I don't recall.
Is there any state money in this bridge, 72nd Street Bridge?
72nd Street Bridge is entirely locally funded.
Okay. Well, that might be the difference, because wasn't 42nd Street a state project?
No, it was locally funded as well, and that gets a little, both projects are being funded out of what's called AC, or Advanced Construction Funds. So it's federal projects that we did elsewhere in the resurfacing program. Those are your MAPA projects when the resurfacing program comes out. So those are federal projects that the city pays 100% of the revenues for. We then receive 80% of that back from the federalized process associated with those projects that's free and clear for us to go use for other projects. Those are the funds that are ultimately funding both the 42nd Street Bridge and the 72nd Street Bridge here.
Okay, so if I heard you correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, so the 72nd Street Bridge does have federal dollars in it?
It is local funds that were returned to the city as reimbursement for another federal project that the city paid 100%.
Okay, so there's no direct federal funds?
There's no direct federal funding.
So it's not Davis-Bacon rates then?
Correct.
Okay. And what happens if we do not approve this?
Then the job is shut down and we have no way to cross the railroad.
Okay. All right, so we're getting railroaded. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
What's in that coffee?
Austin, more questions, please. When did Union Pacific notify you that there was a mandate?
I would have to look at the exact date on that.
So you don't know?
I don't know, no.
So how do we know that, how do we know that this mandate wasn't before the agreement?
Yeah, again, as I had mentioned previously, I'd have to look into the details of the dates exactly and the timeline. I don't have that information offhand.
So we could have, without the additional information, we could have had a change order unnecessarily.
To my knowledge, we were not aware of this requirement at the time the project was bid. So anything after the bid and the award of the contract additional costs would be a change order.
When can you provide us when the mandate changed?
I can look up that information, not tonight, but potentially tomorrow.
Potentially tomorrow, so that means maybe tomorrow, or does that mean?
I can look it up tomorrow.
Okay. I'd like to know when that mandate took place.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Melton.
Thank you. I think you said that UP requires us to use their vendor?
Yes.
Okay, so had we known this, it would be this same amount. We're required to use their vendor. This didn't go out for bid. So if we'd have known about this, this amount would have been part of the original bid. We didn't know about it, so now we've got to pay it now, but it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the price or the cost, because it doesn't matter what bidder bid this. This price would be the same because UP is requiring us to use this contractor.
That's correct. It's a cost amount we have no control over.
There was no way to avoid this cost regardless.
Right.
Thank you.
Nothing
further.
There's no further lights. Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson.
No.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Item 39, a resolution to approve the professional services agreement for the Omaha Fire Station number 24 remodel project.
The public hearing on number 39 is today. Proponents, please.
Jim Tyler, City of Omaha Public Works. This is just a basic remodel of a fire station up on Fontenelle Boulevard. Mike Eastman of our facilities management, who manages the project, he's unavailable today. I did have the ability to talk to the project architect, Alexia, and I put together a short email which was provided to you before this meeting. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. No further lights. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 44, a resolution to approve the professional services agreement for the combined parking and streetcar communications.
The public hearing on number 44 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. There's a motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 46, a resolution to approve the task order agreement for on-call preliminary engineering services on the Cummings Street Northwest Radial Highway Military Avenue Corridor Study Project.
The public hearing on number 46 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Yes, I would like for someone to explain on the record what this is about.
Austin Rouser, Public Works. So this is a project that we were awarded funding for a safety corridor study for the Northwest Radial Highway. That program agreement with NDOT, it's federal funds. NDOT is the recipient. We have a program agreement with NDOT that came before you in June of 2023. This is the task order to begin the study portion of the project. So that study is FHU, or Felsberg Holt and Olivig, is our engineering consultant. This is our task order for them to begin the work. The initial scope is the corridor study. We've got some conceptual design components. A lot of that includes public notification, it's public meetings, stakeholder engagement, and also some cost estimates are included in this task order, and we would ask for your approval. Happy to answer any questions.
What do you plan to do with this information after you gather it?
So the study and the conceptual designs would develop a project for us. So what we would do, and the backup documentation provides a lot of detail about intersections that we're specifically looking at, areas of the corridor that we have specific concern about. And so, you know, we would go through intersection control evaluations. For instance, is an intersection suitable for a roundabout? Does an intersection need to be reconfigured, redesigned? Do we need to take away right turns, left turns? Just those kinds of safety elements. Do we need to look at signalization? Do we need to look at speeds? How can we manage speeds better? And so the study and the recommendations will provide some information that we can build a project off of. Again, this is the first phase. This is the study phase. We would anticipate once we have a project built that we would go back for federal funds and put in another application for funding for the project itself. So at this point in time, we would get the study, we would get the conceptual design, and we would get cost estimates for the project.
So when we're doing a study, oftentimes it takes a long period of time to gather that information, collect the data, and sift through various things. You mentioned public engagement. How will you keep the public engaged, providing them with updates and points of moving as you elevate to your final destination?
So the proposal, what's before you in your packet there, talks about the full scope. There are 2 public meetings that are scoped currently within the project. That would include everything leading up to those meetings, including, you know, publishing of the meetings, putting out message boards for the meetings, notifying the public that those meetings are going to take place. There are also, in addition to those 2 public meetings, 6 stakeholder engagement meetings. Those would include stakeholders including NDOT, Metro Transit, the City Council, the Benson BID, OPS, and also a number of neighborhood associations that are along the corridor. So we do have a number of opportunities for public meetings, public outreach, and also stakeholder engagement.
So when you have 2 public meetings and then you have stakeholder meetings, all of that is information that is gathered and collected, and it is compiled to arrive at a final destination, if you will. Oftentimes, because these projects are so long in nature, we lose the momentum, we lose the interest of the public. Is there an opportunity here for us to do something different so that that engagement is there? I'm not criticizing what you have planned, but I'm asking for more so that we can continue to keep community interest as well as prevent conversations that oftentimes we engage in here at City Council with individuals saying they didn't know. I'm a type of individual that looks at things from how can we do things better, or how can we prevent something from happening when we know? I mean, because if we see these trends all the time that people are saying this, that, and the other, then I believe as a leader, I have a responsibility to try to minimize those concerns.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's a really fair question. And so the way the two meetings that are currently scoped, and again, this is the study. This is the front end study of the project. And so the way the two meetings that are in the current scope would be designed to operate would be, the first one would be sometime during the data gathering and the study phase. And the second one would be towards the end of the project, where we would have a concept that we can roll out to engage the people to get additional feedback before the conceptual design is, I hate to say finalized on a conceptual design, but essentially at the end of this task order, there would be some finalization to it. And so that would incorporate both the initial public meeting that would be in the data gathering and study portion of the project, and also the final public meeting that would be towards the conclusion of the conceptual design. And again, keep in mind, this is, it's going through a federal process, so we have a very regimented, detailed process and procedure that's outlined by Federal Highway Administration that's associated with the funding. There are timelines associated with the funding, and so a lot of the drivers for those timelines and those points of engagement are driven by those established protocols that come from the federal government, and they come through the Nebraska Department of Transportation as the fund recipient. And so we follow all of those procedures and all of those guidelines that, if we didn't follow those procedures and those guidelines, it would risk the funding back to us. Again, they pay 80% of the project. The city covers 20% of it. And so getting outside of those timelines and those established procedures would risk funding of the project. And also bear in mind that, this being the conceptual, the study phase of it, when we get to an identified project, we will again go back to the public. We will again go through a thorough design process where there's additional stakeholder engagement, there's additional public outreach, there's additional public meetings, both in the design and then again at the construction portion of it. And so we have multiple points of engagement. All those points of engagement, again, they're defined through the federal process. They're defined through the procedures that are outlined basically by the congressional authorization of the funds and the way that the funds are to be distributed.
So are you willing to provide to the public a list of those timelines?
There is for this portion of it in Exhibit A, there is included in your documentation, there is a schedule that is outlined for that. That schedule looks like it anticipated kickoff being earlier than this date. And so I think pushing this back a couple of months to match the date of this approval, if it's given today, then we would be back on track for that. But there is, as far as the timeline goes, the timeline's accurate, even though the start date may be a little in arrears for that. But Exhibit A, which is on page 10 of the scope of services that's attached to your documentation.
Yeah, I'm not so much concerned about this timeline. I'm talking about before we execute, as we move forward beyond this point. Will you be willing to provide timelines to continue to engage the public throughout this process?
Yes. And all of our projects on Keep Omaha Moving, that's a huge part of it, is to put a timeline out there and to establish, key points of interaction with the public and key points of design. And those. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm anxious to get this moving too. There's not really a week that goes by that I don't get some point of concern about speeding on Northwest Radial or accident rates. And I know this portion has been identified as a high priority in Vision Zero. So I look forward to getting this moving too. There's no further lights. Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 50, a resolution to approve the investor agreement for the lead-based paint hazard control work at the property located at 2739 Newport Avenue.
Public hearing and vote on number 50 is today. Proponents, please.
Hi, Sarah Frederick, 1819 Farnham Street, Planning Department, Lead Hazard Control Program. Here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none. Any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Just wanted you to explain more about this process. How did you arrive at the destination point of issuing the contract to Sherrick's Contracting, and a little bit about how you engage the community that this service or this opportunity was available?
Sure. So a lot of our referrals actually come from the Douglas County Health Department after a child has been identified as elevated with a high blood lead level. They usually will go in and do some kind of preliminary inspection to identify any lead-based hazards in the home to help keep that child safe in the interim until we can get in and help that family address that. Once the family enrolls in our program and meets all of our program guidelines, being below the 80% median family income for the area, located in a target area, free and clear of any tax liens, clean title, all the different programmatic agreement items, we actually will go in and do a thorough lead-based paint inspection, testing all surfaces within the home to identify any and all lead-based paint hazards. Once this has been identified, our inspectors will discuss it with the property owner. As long as everybody's on board, we bid out our projects to certified lead-based paint contractors. They are currently, we have about 4 on our list that are available to our program. We do an open house so the contractors can see the property, and then we accept their bids. We do accept the lowest bid to address all the hazards, and then we move forward with our agreements, either a grant agreement or a loan agreement, depending on if it's an investor-owned or owner-occupied unit. This one is an investor-owned, so that's why you see their portion being contributed to the project. And then once, hopefully, it gets approved, then we can get that contractor in so we can start work and get those hazards taken care of and make the family safe.
Thank you for the explanation.
No problem.
Anything further?
That's it.
I see no further lights. Is there a motion? Second, roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson.
Yes.
Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. And the president has stepped out. Motion passed 6-0. Item 54, a resolution to approve the bid award in the total amount of $74,460 to Pro Track and Tennis, Inc. to complete the renovation of existing tennis courts in Orchard Park and Montclair Community Center.
The public hearing on item number 54 is today. Are there any proponents?
Matt Kalsovich, Parks and Recreation Director, here to answer any questions.
Are there any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Harding.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Mr. Matt, if you could come up and give me what's going on here for the public record here. And go ahead.
No, please.
Oh, yeah, I just want to know what we're doing here.
Matt Kalsovich, Parks and Recreation Director. So we have upwards of 100 hard surface courts, basketball and tennis that need to be tended to across our system. We've identified in the range of 15 to 20 to kind of be in an emergency status. We used the money that we were able to identify this year to select the 2 top choices here that are represented in the resolution. Montclair Community Center, where we run tennis programming through our department, and Orchard Park, where we actually have a partnership with a school that uses the facility as part of their tennis program, so that's why those 2 rose to the list. This is a resurfacing of essentially and restriping of the tennis court to repair cracks, to even the surface, to have fresh painted lines. And again, those 2 were targeted because of the connection to expanded programming.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation, but that gets me to another side item, which is Coons Park and other parks in District 2 that we still don't have a timeline on when those things are going to be done. Do you still not have a timeline on those?
Coons Park in particular has additional separate funding. This is solely to improve a court space or court spaces where there's not other funding to support a project. That's one that has funding specific to total park improvement. There are additional facilities in every district that would need to be tended to if and when more resources are available. This is where we landed in terms of the funding we had as far as these specific projects are concerned.
I understand that, but I'm looking for a timeline for Coons Park as we've been in need of. We've been talking for 2-3 years now, regarding getting that revamped. Are you not able to provide an update when we can see something happen different, because the need is there?
Absolutely. The planning for that project is actually in motion. There's work being done to set the parameters of that. That's, again, wasn't part of what we targeted here with this project because there's separate funding for the improvement of that park.
Right.
I don't have that information to provide to you today.
Can you give me an update on that, say by the end of the week? Because I'm finding it very challenging for me to continue to vote for things park-related when there's still things in District 2 that just hasn't gotten done, and we have no timelines on them.
I've been working to try and provide some information that you and I spoke about to you. Some things threw off the timeline that I had. Some of the flooding and windstorm and hailstorm things took us off track in terms of some of that reporting that we had committed to. But yes, that's something that I can work to get you here.
I'd appreciate that. That would make me feel a little bit more warm and fuzzy inside.
Happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Melton.
Yes, how much are we spending in, I think, the district, in the District 2, in the parks with the ARPA funds?
I don't have the total breakdown on that right now. Specific to Coons Park, we have $250,000 allocated from the ARPA funding, and that's part of the 10 projects we're doing across the census tract that was identified for ARPA contribution.
So you're doing 10 projects throughout North and South Omaha?
That's essentially where the census tract overlapped, correct?
And there's not going to be any ARPA funds that will be used anywhere really west of 50th, 60th?
For the most part, there were some pockets of opportunity identified as part of that total footprint of what could be worked on through the ARPA money or the ARPA funding and the qualification for that. But yes, predominantly east of that location you mentioned.
And Levi Carter Park, I think we're putting in a rec center there, correct? And that's close to $50 million?
Correct, yes. That planning is underway as well. Some of those things will be coming to council in the near future.
All right. No, I appreciate it because there's no ARPA funds being used for anything west. So I know sometimes you got to struggle with getting by the way, my park has been asking for the tennis courts to be painted pickleball lines for over a year.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping that that's going to get done this fall.
Well, we have in many instances, anytime we're just simply restriping a court and the court is in safe and usable condition, we'll add those pickleball lines as part of that repainting. This is something more extensive and again, targeting the programming piece of these two facilities.
And that's because these are some of the highest use, I think.
Highest use and again, the programming piece, both our internal and the partnership being the focus here.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
No further lights. Is there a motion?
We have a motion.
Oh, sorry. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Item 55, a resolution to approve a construction management at risk contract delivery system for the Tranquility Park Multi-Sports Complex.
Public hearing and vote on number 55 is today. Proponents, please.
John Williams, City of Omaha Parks Department. Here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any other proponents?
Blake Burkle, a consultant with the Parks Department with JEO Consulting Group. Also here to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks. Any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like for someone to answer questions regarding what we're doing here for efforts of transparency.
We're proposing to implement a process to hire a construction team to build the improvements at Tranquility. We call it multi-sports complex. It's a existing Tranquility Park has several soccer fields, and that is being transformed into soccer fields and ball fields, support amenities, parking, concessions, making it a top-scale recreation complex for youth sports. And so with that, we are going to hire a contractor to do this work. JO is on board to do the design for the project. And through that process of design, We're going to work with a contractor. It's at the CMAR as construction manager at risk. We work tandem with them. It's not the traditional design build process. We have the consultant on board. We'll engage with the construction manager at risk early in the process, work with them on costs, nail down costs as the project goes. So when it comes start to construct the project, there's no surprises. Really avoids change orders through the process, and we deliver the project on time and right in the budget. We know what we have to work with. There's no surprises. So it becomes a very streamlined process. Everybody's working as a team. There's not the contractor-owner conflict that arises often. That's essentially how we're trying to move this project along.
Will there be any public engagement?
Yeah, not necessarily through the CMAR team, the contractor. Public engagement is under JEO scope services. We have identified several stakeholders. There's, of course, soccer groups, interested parties that will use the facility, as well as the surrounding neighborhood. We've got some neighborhood meetings planned. As we get designs put together, we'll engage with the neighborhood, let them know what's going on, and see what their interests are in the project. We're trying to...
As you know, this will be in my district, so I'd like to be included in... Excuse me? Tranquility?
It's at 120th between Maple and Ford. I've been working on it for 10 years.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, I kind of got sidetracked. Yeah.
I welcome.
Well, I guess I was, I kind of got confused there for a second there. But you will have public engagement?
Yes, we will.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Melton?
No, thank you. This is something that was passed by the legislature. I appreciate that you're using this, because we were just talking about change orders. Now, change orders that require additional work, those are, if you're gonna do additional work, you have to do a change order. You gotta pay for what you're asking for. But what I like about these construction management is the designer, the contractor, everybody's working together, and they have found that we're actually saving money on projects because you're actually working together from the beginning. We just approved it, the building commission just approved this for building a couple of the courtrooms and the jury assembly room, that they have found, even when you're engaging in projects like that, that you're saving money by having everyone work together at the beginning, and the contractor is kind of taking on a little bit more of the risk, but they're working with the designer, so they kind of know what the risk is. So it's kind of a win-win for everybody. So I appreciate your willingness to use this, because I think it'll benefit everybody in this case.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
Motion is second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Just so you know, everybody who's still here for the rest of these items gets extra credit today. Thanks for being here. Madam Clerk.
Item 61, an ordinance to approve the Community Innovation Campus Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Agreement.
The vote on number 61 is today. There's no further lights. Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I would like for us to, again, be transparent and speak about what's going on here. I'd like for us to talk about what's going on here for the public.
If you'd like, I could just fill it in. This is an SID. It's outside the city limits. It's Indian Creek Park.
This is a number 61.
Oh, I thought we were on 56.
Yeah.
So can you speak to that, Ms. Melton?
I thought 56 was taken off. Oh, okay. Then we passed 56. Okay. Sorry.
Mr. Maroney, if you could speak to this, please.
Michael Maroney, 2221 North 24th Street, Omaha President of Omaha Economic Development Corporation. Basically, this project is a collaboration between our organization and CHI Hospital to build out their commercial kitchen for them, where they do their dietary cooking for their regional hospitals. They made a commitment to provide jobs in North Omaha, and we made a commitment to find a place and rehab it so they could do that. And that's essentially where we're at with this project. I would say that their goal is to more than double their workforce in this kitchen. They're right now around 65, 75. They have a 3 to 5 year plan to grow to 150 or plus, and they made a commitment to target North Omaha for a lot of those jobs.
When will the project begin and perhaps when it ends?
Well, it'll probably never end. The construction will end on the year.
Right.
But we anticipate within the next 2 to 3 months we should be under construction.
And have you identified the general contractor yet?
Oh yes, this project has been on the drawing board for about 8 years now. So we've got the contractor, we got the architect, we got the plans. We're go get the building permits tomorrow. If we need be, we're ready. The project's ready to go.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think there was a motion and a second to approve. No further lights. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Abstain.
Motion passed 6-0. Festerson abstains. Item 62, a resolution to approve railroad flagging expenses for the North Downtown Riverfront Pedestrian Connector Bridge project in the amount of $195,500.
Public hearing and vote on number 62 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed.
Second.
There's a motion to approve in a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 63, a resolution to approve the contribution agreement with Omaha Economic Development Corporation for the building at 1127 North 20th Street to be used as a commercial kitchen and dietary call center for CHI Health.
Public hearing and vote on number 63 is today. Proponents, please.
Michael Maroney, 2221 North 24th Street. Same project. I said I'd just stick around since I've been here all this time. Got any questions? I'll try to answer.
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about the agreement?
Well, we have negotiated a 10-year agreement with CHI with, I think it's 4 or 5 year options. So they plan on being around for a long time. And there again, like I said, their goal is, and they've committed in the agreement to target residents from North Omaha for the hiring.
Okay, thank you.
Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents?
Joe Fox, 461 Hartman Avenue. Sorry. I was hoping maybe we could elaborate more on the agreement of what it in details of, I guess, so I'll be an opponent of it for now. Project's been on the board for 8 years. Here it is, 2024. City of Omaha is going to pay $500,000 out of their general fund. Is this for the next 10 year, or I guess there's a lot of confusion there. OEDC is getting the TIF funding up here in 61, 385 to renovate the place, and then down here in 63, an agreement between the City of Omaha and the Economic Development Corporation to equip this building, commercial use, dietary. The Finance Department is authorized to pay up to $500,000 from the general fund fiscal year 2024 for general expense. See attached. So, and he mentions it's a 10-year agreement. Is that $500,000 for the next 10 years? Like they get $50,000 a year for the next 10, or is it $500 per year? Seems a little bit far away from the campus in a sense and stuff like that, and kind of just seems a little bit off there where the property come from. I'm just confused. I didn't have much time to do research on it, and I was hoping that when he got the opportunity to explain it a little bit more, he'd kind of go more into depth. So I don't know. I obviously can't ask him questions about it from here, but I'm an opponent of this due to the lack of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opponents today? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mike, can you come up again and flesh those questions out that our constituent had?
Mike Maroney, 2221 North 24th Street. I'm not sure what his concern exactly is. This project, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, beyond what I've explained, it's not that Mr. Fox, the gentleman who's just up here, I know he has some concerns about another project we're working on. I think he might be getting them confused. They're two separate projects. This one is, and the 500,000 is a one-time contribution. It's about nearly a $14 million project. We've got a capital stack of about 8 different places we're getting resources from to make this work.
So what can I
Yeah.
summarize by saying the city is subsidizing your project a little bit?
They're making a grant toward the $14 million cost, yes.
Okay.
Like I said, which is a one-time grant.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Harding.
Thanks, Michael. I'll just, well, you here, I think I can maybe clarify a little bit for everyone. The 500,000 is essentially kind of like a tenant improvement allowance. I mean,
well,
that goes for to help develop and
the
establish.
hard construction,
Yeah,
really, it's part of the hard construction.
So, okay, so in essence, it's like you said, it's a contribution to get it up and going. Then you also, I mean, CHI is the tenant.
They'll be the tenant.
You are the landlord.
We're the landlord.
Okay, that's and the 500,000 is that from the city that will help
us get it ready so
construct
the tenant can come in.
And I'll call it like a tenant improvement, but
okay,
a landlord contribution on behalf of the city.
Yeah.
How's that? Okay,
works for me.
Thank you. There's no
Okay.
further lights. Is there a motion?
Thank you.
Move the approval?
There's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Abstain.
Motion passed 6-0. Festerson abstains. Item 64, a resolution to approve the purchase order and facilities waiver with the Omaha Public Power District for street lighting improvements for the South 24th Street BID Lighting Improvement Project.
Public hearing and vote on number 64 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none. Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson.
I would like for Public Works to go through all of these BID improvements and kind of give us a summary of what's going on with these projects. Well, 64 if we want to go one by one, but I just thought I'd give a heads up as to where I was going.
Yeah, Austin Rouser, Public Works. I can, I know these are, obviously, these two items, 64 and 65, is kind of the culmination of those projects where we've got agreements and actual dollars being spent for these projects. I know the only other one that I'm really familiar with is the Dundee project, where we have our on-call sidewalk contractor who's going to do some of the flat work for the district. That was supposed to be done May and June. With the storms and the weather we had, it's been pushed back a little bit, but I expect that work to take off anytime now. The other projects, we're still finalizing those projects, getting ready to put those out to bid, get agreements in place for the spend. But obviously, these two projects are here before you today because they're finalizing the
So
project.
these two projects are finalized?
Yes, yes, we're allocating the funds right now to get the work done.
So can you give more information on item number 64? When this project will begin, when will it end, those kinds of things?
I don't have all the details on that right now. I can look into that and get you some information by the end of the week. I don't have all those
I
details
would like
right now.
that, I mean, I think we should have, due diligence would require that we have that kind of information.
My apologies, I was not anticipating the questions, so I'm giving you all the information that I know.
There are no
Thank you.
further, there are no further lights on number 64. Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley,
Abstain.
Harding, Hug,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes, pending the additional information.
Melton,
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Bagley abstains. Item 65, a resolution to approve the purchase order and facilities waiver with the Omaha Public Power District for street lighting for the North Saddle Creek Business District Streetscape Project.
The public hearing and vote on number 65 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Council members, I can address this one just briefly. So this is the North Saddle Creek Business District renovation project that we've seen before and have approved several items in favor of. And we have another few items to go on this agenda. We actually have 4 items on this agenda related to this project. We already approved an engineering contract extension. We will have a $250,000 grant to accept from the Peter Kiewit Foundation, and then $285,000 in ARPA grants that are represented under number 70. But number 65 is the overall agreement with OPPD to do the security and enhanced decorative lighting throughout that district for a total of $455,000. And the entire project is estimated at $5.8 million. At this juncture, we did have our last final and public meeting a few weeks ago that went really well. So we're into actual bid phase this late summer and fall, and expect to have construction start in spring of 2025. Josh Hannum, the chairman of the Saddle Creek Business Improvement District, was unable to be here today, but I can assure you they're in support of all 4 of these items. Mr. Hardy.
Question. I meant to ask Danny this earlier because I know he mentioned that he was going to be recusing on 65. Would that, just procedurally, does he have to recuse himself on the other related items then associated with this?
With who?
With this. He was going to, I think Danny said he was recusing on 65. So would he have to, I'm just asking a procedural question.
Oh.
Would he then have to recuse himself on the other items related to 65? So for example, 70, 73, I can't remember if there's one other, but.
Not in my opinion. I think he's abstaining from this particular item because it's a contract with his employer technically to do the streetlights.
But then the funding that's paying for it is in 73, so I see the city attorney shaking his head no, so I'll take that as an answer.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley, Harding, Hug, Johnson,
Yes.
Melton,
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-0. Bagley abstains.
And I think technically, even this item would not be considered a conflict of interest, but I think he's being extra conscientious about that appearance. Madam Clerk.
Item 66, a resolution to approve an agreement with the Benson Business Improvement District in the amount up to $255,000.
Public hearing and vote on number 66 is today. Proponents, please. Joe, thanks for sticking around.
Joe Carmichael, Benson BID Board, 6059 Maple Street, here to answer any questions.
Thank you. And can you give just a quick summary of the bollards we're doing in the pedestrian safety project around this?
Yeah, so the district gets feedback, constituent feedback about every 18 to 24 months, and consistently the top 2 items are either parking, which we don't address, or pedestrian safety. Pedestrian safety typically is either street level lighting or walkways. So we took the opportunity to install bollards at the key intersections within the Benson Business District to try to help increase the safety of the pedestrians as well as property in the area.
And there have been some discussion about either making them solar or actually working with the creative district to make them artistic in nature. What's the status of that?
Yes, we looked at doing lighting. The infrastructure below the street doesn't really accommodate that, within budget anyway. And then we looked at solar as well, but just due to the lights that we have above in the street, the solar lighting would never ever turn on. So we've eliminated the lighting aspect of it. And the creative district is still moving forward with how do we make them artistic to fit into the broader scope of what Benson's trying to do.
Great. And the $255,000 covers that entire expense, right?
Correct.
And if approved today, when do you think we would start and get this project accomplished?
Yeah, I'd have to defer that to Public Works. It's my understanding that the goal would be to start in the fall with its completion sometime in the spring of next year.
Great. Well, thanks for moving it forward and for your work on it. I think it'd be a great improvement to Benson, and we are always interested in making that safer for pedestrians.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for your support in it. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Any other proponents here today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Is there a motion?
Move the approval.
Motion is second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 67, a resolution to approve an agreement with the Blackstone Business Improvement District in an amount up to $285,000.
Public hearing and vote on number 67 is today. Proponents, please.
Matthew Oberst, 2332 North 55th Street, manager of the Blackstone Business Improvement District. Here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents today? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Ms. Johnson.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Good. I'm going to give you an opportunity to give a summary of what's going on there as well.
Yes, the ARPA funds would be used to create pedestrian safety in a zone that's currently an active alley, and it's behind the Moolah Restaurant, Script Town Bar, and this is an area that we regularly program for events on second Saturdays for musical events or gatherings. And we hope to enhance the safety by lighting up that area with a canopy of lights and putting bollards, replaceable bollards, removable bollards at the entrances to the alleyway at 39th Street and 40th Street. So that during a gathering, we don't have any vehicles coming into that area and it's well lit. After the gathering, we can remove those bollards and turn it back into an active alley. If you were to look at it from 40th Street looking back east, it looks almost like a parking lot because of the parking that's on the perimeter of that. But it is by city standards an active alleyway because of the connection from 39th to 40th.
So do you suspect you're going to get much use out of that with that improvement?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And in the near term, we have pedestrians that that live near the area and also travel by car to those events. And the earlier discussions about the parking garages, when I heard the number of parking stalls that would become available through the Park Omaha app that everybody's aware of and uses, I think is going to be a great enhancement for the area, because that's been the biggest knock that we've discussed over and over again, is the lack of parking. And we keep telling the public that there's lots of parking there, but they don't believe it. But now that we have parking garages and the new one going up next to the Cottonwood, I think we're going to really be able to solve that. Then with those increased number of pedestrians, since we don't really have green space in the Blackstone district, this becomes a gathering space that we want to make safe. Our original intent was to have this on Farnham Street between 39th and 40th. And in discussions with the streetcar authority and working with them, we offered to move this to a different space. And it's very near there. And if you look forward a few years, with the western terminus of the streetcar being right in front of Coneflower, right there on 40th Street, we'll be able to bring interested individuals from the downtown area to our district and enjoy that and then ride back home for free. So very excited about it. And thank you all for your support too.
Thank you. Sounds like a good project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Begley.
Thanks, Mr. President. Matt, I I wanted to thank you for all the great work you do for Blackstone, tireless, and all the changes that have been made from what you just described that I was going to have that flushed out, but it was already done here.
Oh, great.
I really am excited about everything going on in Blackstone and the lights and the alleyway behind Moolah and all those great businesses up there and the safety aspect this will bring, and it'll only continue to enhance the great development. Some things we talked about earlier on the agenda today that you sat through. Thank you for your patience and for all the work that you do for Blackstone. I'm really excited in the heart of my district of the continued growth in Blackstone and even down the street at the Med Center and everything in between. You and I have talked about that in my years on the council, and I couldn't be more excited to support this today, and thanks again for all the great work and your patience being down here tonight.
Appreciate your
Thanks,
support
man.
over the years, too.
Thank you. Thank you. Is that a motion? Motion to approve in a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 68, a resolution to approve an agreement with the Downtown Business Improvement District in an amount up to $245,000.
Public hearing and vote on number 68 is today. Proponents, please.
Thank you all so much for staying around for the whole rest of the agenda. We really appreciate it. I promise that I'm going to be brief, but while we do have 3 of our best BIDs in town, there's a whole bunch of us who weren't able to be here tonight. I think the best thing about this whole process is that it got the BIDs all talking, and it's been a really eye-opening experience and really wonderful. I want to make sure that first and foremost, I remind the entire council that my improvement district is the largest in the entire city. We are the most well-funded, we are fully staffed, and we are really able to get things done. This process was incredibly difficult for us. So my concerns were our smaller BIDs. Our very smallest is in South Omaha, and there are others that are completely volunteer run and have very little resources. So if this was hard for me, it was even harder for them. So again, we all sort of banded together and did a lot of talking and did a lot of communicating and helping each other get through the process and figuring out who we needed to talk to and who were the best contacts and all of that. So I'm talking here, I apologize, I completely forgot to identify myself, Holly Barrett, Executive Director of the Omaha Downtown Improvement District.
You get around to it at some point.
Yeah, thanks, sir. You know I would. I said I'd be brief. And I prepared remarks, which I'm not reading. My address is 1403 Farnham Street, number 802. Again, I'm speaking for the Downtown Improvement District, but I have also been authorized by all of our friends in the BID coalition that we've put together to talk a little bit on behalf of everybody. So first, I want to say that we are so thrilled that we are at this point in the process where we are coming to you to get approval for all of this. The COVID recovery funds, we did not think that we were ever going to be able to take part in them, so we are really, really thankful. And we are most thankful. I know that some of the guys in the actual city departments that I'm working with are not here, but they have been incredible champions helping us through all of this, and especially finance planning and public works. Every single staff person has just been really, really, really helpful. Even when we felt like it was roadblock after roadblock, they were still trying to help us figure out what to do. Not any of us are getting exactly what we had gone for, but we all eventually were able to get to places where we're getting things that we need. A lot of these funds are not being spent on things that BIDs would normally spend money on. We don't generally fund infrastructure like sidewalk improvements and lighting, but those are things that our constituents have been telling us for years we need to do this. In downtown specifically, we did a study with OPPD a couple years ago, and we discovered that in Old Market, while the code was, and Austin's gone, so I can speak incorrectly, Bob's not here either. I believe that the required lumen for our lights is 3.3 lumens, and there are a couple of places in Old Market where it's at 1.8, particularly an area that leads into a strip that has 7 bars on it. Some of them are really not very good neighbors. So getting new streetlights, which is what we're getting, and they're actual streetlights. They will be the historic lights that go into Old Market, but they will also be the typical can lights that you see in some of our more industrial areas, which are also appropriate for our industrial historic area. Being able to get new streetlights, again, it wasn't exactly what we wanted, but oh my gosh, it's something that we need. And I know that every single one of the BIDs that is looking at projects that got changed a little bit, we're all going, oh, but that's okay, because this is still needed. So, so we're really, really thankful that we've been given the opportunity to access the funds. And again, really thankful for the specific people that we've been working with that have been helping us to get here. And I think I mentioned all of the specifics of our project that I need to, but I'm here to answer any other questions.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Begley, or Ms. Johnson, are you in the queue?
No, I'm not.
Okay, Mr. Begley.
Thanks, Mr. President. Holly, it's been a long day, but thanks again, as I did, Matt, for all the work you do and coming down, and sometimes, maybe more than sometimes, it's thankless. But I do appreciate it, and I think in spite of the tugging and pulling that there was on how to spend these funds and the restrictions with ARPA that we learned through this great financial resources that we had, but yet there were strings attached, so to speak. And I know that was frustrating, but I recognize that, and I know in working with the different people at the city on this, I think this will be good, and it's always good to invest in the DID downtown. Big area, as you said, it covers a couple of our districts, but I'm looking forward to supporting this and seeing the continued great things down in the DID downtown. Thanks, Holly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that a motion? Motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 69, a resolution to approve the agreement with Dundee Business Improvement District in an amount up to $42,000.
Public hearing and vote on number 69 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Council members, I can tell you that Molly Romero, who's the chair of the BID now, is unable to be here today, but they're very supportive of this project as well. They're actually raising about $100,000 right now to redo and enhance the landscaping throughout the district. But what this particular ARPA grant will do is help repair and enhance the street and sidewalks in that business district, and they hope to start that yet this fall. With that, was there a motion, I believe? Second. Motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 70, a resolution to approve an agreement with the North Saddle Creek Business Improvement District in an amount up to $285,000.
Public hearing and vote on number 70 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Motion is second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 71, a resolution to approve an agreement with the North 24th Street Business Improvement District in an amount up to $285,000.
Public hearing and vote on number 71 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Motion to approve in a second. No further lights. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 72, a resolution to approve an agreement with the South Omaha Business Improvement District in an amount up to $285,000.
Public hearing and vote on number 72 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing's closed. Motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 73, a resolution to accept a grant award from the Peter Kiewit Foundation in the amount of $250,000 to assist in the completion of the Saddle Creek Road Streetscape Improvement Project.
Public hearing and vote on number 73 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Second, roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 74, a resolution to approve the appointment of.
We're going to take item number 75 now. I was teasing him because he was teasing me during some of this too. So continue.
75 or 74?
74.
Oh, okay.
Appointment of Dewan Reddick to the Library Board.
Public hearing and vote on number 74 is today. Proponents, please.
Dewan Reddick, 2106 South 37th Street. I'm also the Executive Director for the Hope Center for Kids, here to answer any questions you may have regarding my appointment to the Omaha Public Library Board.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you. Hi, how are you today?
I'm good, and yourself?
Good. I saw your son, maybe your son. here
No, I
earlier?
actually don't have any kids. You put that online, I'm going to be in big trouble.
Okay.
That was my mentee.
Okay, your mentee. I guess we were quite lengthy, so they had to leave, huh?
Yes, I had to take him to the Boys and Girls Club before 4 o'clock, so I wanted to make sure I did that. One thing he did say was a takeaway from this process is that he was excited to see adults be able to disagree without arguing and being angry. And so the civics lesson was very important today.
Oh, good. So he'll share that experience with his colleagues, right?
Yes, he will.
I wanted to talk a little bit about what you hope to bring to the committee for the library board.
Well, first off, thank you for asking me that question. I think it's important that when we do get an opportunity to speak or come down and represent ourselves, we have a chance to answer those types of questions. I think what I'm bringing to the board, my experience working in the community, specifically working with kids for over 20 years, and having been a library staff member. That was one of my first jobs. I was working in the library. My branch manager at the Charles B. Washington branch was Vicki Parks. So I bring both that experience as well as being a very community-minded individual and always looking to see how we can improve those relationships between executive leadership and those that use our branches.
You mentioned Vicki Parks, and you had the benefit of working beside her when she was doing the library thing. That's been
quite a while ago.
Almost maybe 20 years ago?
That's correct.
Okay. So you've been out of that space for a little bit, huh?
Actually, no. I worked at the UNO Chris Library as well.
Okay.
I worked in patron services as well as wrote a lot of the policies that they still use today regarding usage of items and usage of different spaces.
Cool.
I stay involved in the community and doing a lot of things no matter what I'm doing or where I'm at.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to bring your lovely face to the viewing of the public so
Thank
that
you.
we know who is on the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Begley.
Thanks, Mr. President. Dwan, thanks for your patience today, and
Absolutely.
I just wanted to take a minute to thank you for all you do for the community, both as a member of the library board and also just in the community in general, working with kids. And it's a unique skill set that you bring, and they're lucky to have you. And we're lucky to have you back on the library board, and I'm glad to make a motion to support you here this evening. I wish it was today, but it's this evening. It's been a long day, but you've been patient, and we appreciate you being here. And we had a nice chat on the phone on Sunday. I think it was Sunday, wasn't it, or Saturday?
One of those weekend days.
Yeah, it's one of them, a few days ago. So I appreciate you taking my call, and again, I'm really glad to support you for this reappointment today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the work you do in the district I live, and Councilmember Johnson for all the work you do in the district I work.
That was a motion to approve, which I will second. Ms. Melton.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for the work you've already done on the board because it's a reappointment. So I appreciate all the time that you already spent and just want to thank you for your service moving forward, and I'm sorry you had to be down here on a day where it took till 6:30.
That's okay, not a problem at all. Actually, this is, while it is a reappointment, it is a first full term. The first term was, I was stepping in for someone else. So the work that we are planning on doing, the huge gift that we received as a city and as a library system is going to go a long way. So I'm excited to be able to make sure that moves forward in the right direction.
Thank you. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 75, a resolution to approve the reappointment of Rochelle Mullen to the Library Board.
Public hearing and vote on number 75 is today. Proponents, please.
Rochelle's not here, but I'm going to stand in the gap for her. She has been an amazing president. I can say that all the work that we've done building off of our former president, Mike Kennedy, she has done well. And while recently voted as vice president, our previous vice president, Jen Ray Wong, has also done an excellent job. So this executive team and everyone on this board, I'm excited to be with, especially Rochelle as president.
Thank you. Any other proponents? Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Rowe.
President, I've ever had a relationship with Rochelle, and I just thank you for stepping up and saying those kind of words. I wanted to say those as well. She has done a great job, as has the whole board. You know, Jen Ray, this has been a busy season for the library board, and it's going to continue to be busy and probably busier than what you expected. So thank you for all your work with the new central library, the downtown branch. All the work that's going in on the other branches. Really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Bagley.
Thanks, Mr. President. Ron, thanks for standing in for Rochelle. I left her a message the same day I called you, and I advised her just that I thanked her for her stepping up again and her expertise and her grace serving on the board. And it says a lot for the board when you're here advocating for a colleague that you serve with. And it's important work, and in my message I left her, I advise her that I'm really happy with her stepping up to, and I'm glad to support her here today for another 3 years on the library board, so thanks.
In our communication, I knew that she had a previous engagement and wasn't going to be able to make it, and I had already made time in my schedule, so that's how president and vice president is supposed to help each other out. I'm sure if I couldn't make it, she would be down here if she was available, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. Mr. Hug.
We've never met, so.
That's
nice
okay,
to-
I always need a hug.
So, thank you for your service, but I do want to thank you for mentioning former President Mike Kennedy. I know Mike poured his heart and soul into serving on the library board, and I really appreciate you recognizing him for that, so thank you.
Absolutely. I actually sat in that very chair you're sitting as part of the charter convention next to Mike Kennedy and had some very interesting conversations. I will say that I gained a lot of respect for him and perspective in his approach. And so when I was originally recommended to fill in for that spot, I think that recommendation came from Mr. Kennedy, and I was eager to accept, not only because of the mayor's appointment, but knowing I would be working with the people that have been on the board then and now. It was interesting. He left shortly after I got on. I don't know why. Something about only one good-looking guy on the board at a time. I'm kidding. It's a joke. It's late. So anyway, yes, he great.
Mike's a
outfit.
great individual. He's an asset to whatever he's involved with. But again, I want to thank you for acknowledging him.
Yes, sir.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Motion and a second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Item 76, a resolution to approve the appointment of Clifford Ehlers to the South 13th Street Improvement Area Board.
Public hearing and vote on number 76 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Second.
Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton.
Yes.
Rowe. Mr. President,
Yes.
motion passed 6-1. Item 77, a resolution to approve the appointment of David Hempel to the South 13th Street Improvement Area Board.
Public hearing and vote on number 77 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Motion is second to approve. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Item 78, a resolution to approve the appointment of Rick Hollinger to the South 13th Street Improvement Area Board.
Public hearing and vote on number 78 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Harding.
I am.
If you want to speak in support of any of these guys, that'd be great.
Unfortunately, I haven't had the pleasure to meet them. I will say that the Friends of the Library has a fundraiser coming up. So if they are interested in gaining my support, the best way to do that is to come to our event
There you
or
go.
support the Hope Center for Kids, since that's who I represent all the time.
Thanks.
Motion is second to approve. Roll call.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Mr. Rose, sorry. Do you have a fundraiser too, or?
Yeah, I need one. If Dewan can't speak to Rick, I can. I've known Rick for a long time, and I mean, we've been competitors for a long time, but I have the utmost respect for his integrity, the character, the way he does business, and he'll be a great asset to the BID down there in South 13th Street.
Thank you. There was a motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Item 79, a resolution to approve the appointment of Sean Coulterman to the South 13th Street Improvement Area Board.
Public hearing and vote on number 79 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Item 80, a resolution to approve the appointment of Michael Whelan to the South 13th Street Improvement Area Board.
Public hearing and vote on number 80 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Motion and a second. Roll call.
Bagley. Harding. Hug. Johnson. Melton. Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Item 81, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of a purchase order to Stan Houston Equipment Company, Inc. in the amount of $23,631 for the purchase of ADA detectable warning panels to be utilized by the Street Maintenance Division.
The public hearing on number 81 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 82, an ordinance to transfer a permanent easement to Metropolitan Utilities District to relocate facilities located north of the Omaha Convention Center and east of North 10th Street.
The public hearing on number 82 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 83, an ordinance to amend certain portions of Special Ordinance Number 10364, levying a special tax and assessment on real estate within Street Improvement District 2021-01.
Public hearing on number 83 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 84, an ordinance to amend part of Section 1 of Ordinance Number 43795 to correct the legal description. Planning Board and Planning Department recommends approval.
Public hearing on number 84 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 85, an ordinance to amend part of Section 1 of Ordinance Number 43796 to correct the legal description. Planning Board and Planning Department recommend approval.
Public hearing on number 85 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 86, an ordinance to approve an agreement with Millard Public Schools for the city to provide school resource officers for the 2024-2025 school year.
Public hearing on number 86 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 87, an ordinance to approve an agreement with Elkhorn Public Schools to provide school resource officers for the 2024-2025 school year.
Public hearing on number 87 is today. Proponents, please. Seeing none, any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Non-action items, items 89 through 124, do not require public hearing or city council consideration at this meeting, but will be placed on a future agenda for public hearing and or vote. The reason for non-action is noted after the item on the agenda, as well as the date the item is expected to appear on agenda for consideration.
Is there a motion to adjourn? Please. Motion and a second to adjourn. Roll call.
Bagley, Harding, Hug, Johnson, Melton, Rowe. Mr. President.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0. Meeting is adjourned at 6:33.
Thanks.